Good afternoon. I'm calling to order the regular meeting of the Planning Commission for Thursday, September 6th, 2018. Ms. Gu, would you take roll, please?
Here we go. Chair Wiscombe.
Here.
Commissioner Campanella. I stepped out. Commissioner Higgins.
Here.
Commissioner Jordan.
Here.
Commissioner Schwartz.
Here.
Commissioner Thompson.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Great. Thank you very much, Ms. Gu. Okay, we're going to move on to item number 2, preliminary matters. Request for continuances, withdrawals, postponements, or addition of ex-agenda items. Ms. Galarte?
We have none, Chair Wiscombe.
Thank you. And how about announcements and appeals?
We have no appeals, and the only announcement is that the regularly scheduled meeting of September 20th is canceled.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Okay, and we're moving on to item number 2C, review, consideration, and action on the following draft Planning Commission minutes and resolutions. So we have in front of us the minutes from the July 19th, 2018 meeting, and then item C2 is the PC resolution number 019-18 for 2111 Edgewater Way. Do any of my fellow commissioners want to take these items separately? Okay, and I guess there have been a couple corrections to the draft minutes of July 19th. They're just spelling corrections. Yes, okay. No.
So I'll move both the July 19 meetings minutes and the PC resolution with the corrections on the minutes as shown.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Jordan, a second from Commissioner Thompson. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Abstain.
And one abstention. Okay, he beat me to the punch there. Okay, so Commissioner Higgins abstains. Okay, item number 2D, this is comments from members of the public pertaining to items not on this agenda. Anyone has 2 minutes. I have one speaker slip from Ms. Flax. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I suppose you have about the 87th iteration of my draft of the necessary tweaks. And I hope you people will make more iterations, and I hope you will consider those kind of tweaks. You are going to be, I got a notice saying that, it didn't say when, that the Phase 1 and Phase 2 of ordinance amendments to the AUD. It's not clear. I thought that was going to be discussed today, but apparently not. So I have, I'm glad, though, that I came so that I could give you those tweaks in advance. And you'll see that they're different than rules about what I call bricks and mortar of planning. They are about policy, and I believe that they are necessary to produce the kind of housing that the AUD was intended to do and that the general plan update was intended to do. There's a commitment throughout the general plan update to housing for the workforce. And it seems to me that unless AUD projects are held to these kinds of preferences, which, by the way, are perfectly legal, they're done by the Housing Authority every day. For instance, the Housing Authority project on Castillo and Carrillo is limited to people who work in the downtown. It doesn't mean it's limited. It doesn't mean you can't possibly live there if you don't work in the downtown. It means that preference is given to people who work in the downtown and don't have cars. So preferences of all sorts are permitted for governmental bodies by civil rights law, housing law, and everything else. So I urge you, as I say, I've been presenting these for a while, but I have heard no discussion on them from public bodies. I urge you to consider this, and when you are at the right phase, when I'm at the right phase with you, I will be back and we can talk about them some more. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Flax. And the Phase 1 will be heard by the Planning Commission next week on September 13th. Okay. And I believe the materials are online for that at this point. Thank you. Yes. Commissioner Campanella? Yes.
I personally have asked a couple of times for the survey type results that are required of the MARC. We have not received them, and I'd like to know why from staff that these have not been submitted to the city. I think it's important that we get to know at least one project that's been around for so long and has the requirement that they should be responding to the questions that we wanted, that are required of them by covenant on their property, to give us some indication on who is renting the units. And we have not seen that. So I guess I'm asking staff to find out why and whether we can get such a report. It might give us some idea of who actually are renting units, which I think we should know for our discussions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Campanella. Okay, so public comment, general public comment is closed, and we're going to move on to item number 3, new item, application of Tony Tomasello, RRM Design Group, agent for Westmont College, for a proposed specific plan amendment to change the affordability requirements of the Westmont College specific plan, which is SP5-WC. This specific plan amendment was initiated by the Planning Commission on May 3rd, 2018. So we'll begin with Ms. DeBusk has a staff report, and then will the applicant require time to present? Do you want some time? 15 minutes? Is that? Probably 10. 10, okay. We'll give you 15 then, because I haven't ever gotten to the point where the 10 is actually 10. It always goes into a little longer. So, okay. So we'll begin with Ms. DeBusk. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Wiscombe and Planning Commissioners. Westmont College is proposing to amend the Westmont College Specific Plan, which is also known as SP5-WC. And the intent is to provide more flexibility in administering their employer-sponsored affordable housing program. The Westmont College Specific Plan is the zoning designation for property that's located near the city's northern border, just west of Westmont College. To give you some background on the SP5 zone, it applies to the 41 residential units that are located on Westmont Road, known as Las Barrancas. SP5 was adopted in order to establish a single residential unit district where affordability of the housing is ensured and where specific development standards are established to protect the natural environment and neighborhood values on property adjacent to Westmont College. SP5 includes language that specifically limits the residential units in the zone to be restricted to moderate income households. Westmont College would like to amend the text of SP5 to eliminate the moderate income restriction, but still maintain all of the units as income or price restricted housing. In exchange for increasing the potential sale price of some of the units at Las Barrancas, Westmont has offered to restrict 11 additional condominium units at Tejado Grove as affordable housing units. Tejado Grove is a 13-unit condominium development currently under construction at the corner of West Los Olivos and Oak Park Lane. Here is a summary of Westmont's existing housing program. Westmont currently has 43 units that are restricted as affordable housing at the moderate income rate. 41 are at the moderate income level and 2 are at the middle income level. And they have 11 market rate units. The proposal is to restrict all 54 units. So looking at this another way, the proposed housing program would move 20 units from the moderate category to a sliding affordability scale ranging from moderate to price restricted based on the income of the potential property owner, who must also be Westmont faculty or staff. 11 additional units at Tejado Grove would move from market rate units to a sliding affordability scale ranging from moderate to price restricted. Staff has reviewed the proposed request, including the proposed amendments to Westmont's affordable housing program. We believe that the proposed amendment is consistent with the policies and goals of the general plan. Two of the housing element policies that are particularly relevant are H12, which encourages the private development of above moderate housing, and policy H21, which aims to preserve existing affordable housing units. Additionally, many of our housing element policies make reference to employer-sponsored housing. This proposal is one of the few examples of employer-sponsored housing that we have in the city, and we do want to ensure the program's long-term success. Staff finds that although the amendments will result in the loss of some moderate income units, the proposed housing program would provide equivalent or enhanced affordability overall compared to the existing program, and that's due to the increased number of units that would be available at a restricted level. So therefore, staff recommends approval of the specific plan amendment. Thank you, and that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. DeBusk. Does anyone have any questions of Ms. DeBusk before we move on to an applicant presentation? Okay, you want to come up? And I've got 15 minutes here for you. There's a prize at the end if you only make it. No, I'm kidding. Can you introduce yourself also, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Tony Tomasello with RRM Design Group. I'm joined here today by Doug Jones and Jenna Harris of Westmont, and Graham Lyons, Westmont's attorney, who had drafted the amended covenant that's in your staff report. We want to first thank staff. We've worked closely with them over this past year, not only on the Tejado Grove revisions, but also on the specific plan language and covenant over the last few months since we were here after initiation. I do just want to reiterate a little bit of why we're going through this process. It's essentially what we had discussed when we were here before, but just as a refresher. So we do have the 41 units at Las Barrancas that are restricted at moderate income under the existing specific plan and covenants. The challenges with this program that Westmont has faced over the 20 some odd years that they've been implementing this program is that there are people who may be aging in their career. Their children have been moving out, and these 4-bedroom homes at Las Barrancas may be too large for them. They'd want to move downtown into smaller areas and those types of things. So the diversity of housing options that are available within this program has been a challenge. And then also faculty qualifying at that moderate income level has been a challenge, as well as Westmont wages rise over time. They're less prone to moving into another place if they can remain in this moderate income house indefinitely. So Westmont is now nearing construction of Tejado Grove. There's the 13 units, 2 at the middle income. Those are the inclusionary units, and currently 11 market rate units. The goal is to combine these Tejado Grove units and the Las Barrancas units into a single affordability covenant that would apply to all units within the program. It increases the diversity of housing types offered. It increases this range of qualifying income levels to serve a broader range of Westmont faculty, and it helps them better attract and retain faculty within their program. So. This is essentially the same graph that Allison had shared. So there's a total of 43 units currently in the program, and a total of 54 once all are amended into this amended covenant. This is a comparison of the sales prices. You can see on the top the city's maximum sales prices at the various income brackets. And Westmont's proposed sales prices. And you can see that they're significantly below what the city's maximums are. And again, they're not, the idea is to allow these varying income brackets to allow more people to qualify, not necessarily to obtain higher sales prices for these units. So again, the common scenario is currently limiting people's ability to qualify for housing, wage increases during waiting periods, two-income households, if both are working, that can often put them over the moderate income level, and then aging faculty and the need for more diverse housing options. We worked with staff quite closely on the Westmont specific plan language, essentially for all of the covenants that are currently in effect at Las Barrancas. Nothing will change, but once those units are transferred, they'll become part of this new covenant and restricted under the new language in the specific plan. So this creates a more flexible, usable, and successful employer housing program for Westmont. It achieves its goal to serve a broader segment of the faculty, increases diversity of housing options. It ensures continued long-term affordability of the Las Barrancas units, and it increases the total affordable units within the program. And we believe that it can serve as a model for other employers in town looking to do something similar. With that, I thank you, and we're here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Appreciate it. Commissioner Jordan.
I'll toss one at you. Mr. Tomasello, I'll toss it at you. I don't know if it was your letter or staff's, but come on back up. But one of the things that jumped up at me, as during the prior discussion a year or two ago, whenever that was your point that even as you grow, for whatever reason, out of moderate to middle income, a middle income person or persons in your environment, in the teaching environment, still can't find housing in this town that's reasonably priced. That's correct, right?
I would say that's accurate, yeah.
And then how important or how stressful is it on your recruitment process when you do bring a new teaching professional to town and they get faced with the obvious slap in the face of what it's going to cost to live here? Is that a recruitment tool that is beneficial to the college, and if it's not there, it's detrimental?
I would probably ask Westmont to respond to that, if you will.
Good afternoon, Chair Wiscombe and Planning Commissioners. I'm Doug Jones from Westmont College. And to your question specifically, yes, you're absolutely right that not having affordable housing would make it nearly impossible for some prospective faculty and employees to make the move to California, to Santa Barbara specifically, and come to work at Westmont.
Some, if not a lot, of your recruitment actually takes place well out of California, doesn't it?
That's true. East? Yes, that's actually true. And from our faculty perspective, I would say most, vast majority come from outside California, and then several of our staff would as well.
Which, just to make a generalization, would be that they're used to much less expensive housing costs where they're coming from than moving west, right?
Yes, that's correct. That's correct. In fact, just to add on to that, we have had some individuals in the past who have looked at coming into Westmont, and as it turned out, Las Barrancas was full, so they didn't have an opportunity to live in one of those 41 units, and they chose not to come to Westmont. They went elsewhere.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Jordan. Commissioner Campanella?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question for staff. On the, we have a variety of income levels here, up to 200% for sale. And I think Estancia that just sold, was that up to 160% of AMI as well?
Commissioner Campanella, David Rowell, housing project planner, it was middle income, so it was up to 160%.
160%.
AMI. All 9 units are the same.
And at these levels, when you look at qualifying, let's say, total housing costs to income, we say 30% a lot as far as a measurement, and we see that. As far as for sale product of this type, what's the minimum, the maximum you would feel that somebody should pay for housing costs?
Commissioner Campanella, the way we've derived the maximum housing prices is, if you will, we reverse engineer the price. We start with the income category, and in this case we use 35% because there's benefits from home ownership, such as a tax deduction on your mortgage, so we use 35%.
35%?
Yes.
Okay. And then your comment, it's one of the few programs that we have, but It's looking at a broad range of requirements, including, price restricted, which we did at East Beach Collection. Is it similar to the program here?
The price restricted at East Beach, the major difference is that adjustments to this price restricted program are based on the faculty index, whereas at East Beach there's a 2.5% appreciation cap annually. Also with East Beach, if you work in the South Coast area, whereas this requires a Westmont faculty or staff member. Mm-hmm. So those are the two big differences, but the price restricteds are the same otherwise. There's no income restriction.
So as we look forward to possibly other employer programs, we have sort of a foundation from a couple of cases to see how it might work, where we're not income restricting the units, but we want to keep them reasonable to provide more flexibility within the program itself for people as they earn more.
Commissioner Campanella, that's correct. When we were discussing this, I thought of East Beach and the price restricted as a model they could utilize for their program. It definitely has more flexibility for folks that don't qualify for a market unit.
Mm-hmm. When we just your last comment on section H12, last time we did our annual element progress report, 12.2, large employers encourage employer housing. You may not have that with you, but it's one of the implementation items. And we could only make a comment that we're looking at it. We really, it's sort of like we didn't really accomplish that much. Would that be changed this year for the Westmont? Do you think that we can get a more positive comment in there for the Westmont program?
Commissioner Campanella, I'm not sure what your question is, but what this does do, this revision, it takes the range up above the 120, so you will get more units above the 120 capped at 200 AMI. So it will have a more positive performance against H12.
As far as comments that we make to HCD,
yes,
we could identify this program as an implementation versus we really didn't have anything to talk about in the last report.
That's correct. We've revised it such that we'll be seeing more units in the above 120 AMI category and below 200.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Campanella. Commissioner Schwartz? You have questions, right? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize for my voice. I'm getting over a cold, so bear with me here. It cracks a little bit. First to Mr. Rowell, I believe that I asked back on May 3rd, and I don't recall if you were with us, you weren't, so I was asking. It's great that you're with us today. Just to confirm for me the frequency with which the city monitors and reconfirms income relative to requirements under the program. Could you speak to that, Mr. Rowell?
Sure, Commissioner Schwartz. The income is on initial move-in, and if an individual's in a moderate income unit and they make more than moderate, as long as there's not a transfer, there's no longer another income verification. However, we do have an annual monitoring program where we send each owner in our program out a one-page document in which they certify under risk of perjury a whole series of questions. For example, do you live there? Do you own other property? Who are the tenants there? Have you refinanced? And we also do a records background check on each individual owner annually. But there is no income recertification.
So those other questions that we ask
yes.
and we expect documented replies on, then we follow up to ensure that we receive that reply paperwork,
That's correct. It's actually a default in the covenant if they do not reply. Okay. And Westmont has 100% compliance every year.
Well, that's outstanding to hear. Okay, very good. And let me just see. I don't know that I may not have any more questions for staff on the program. Well, let me just confirm, Mr. Rowell, with you. I could assume, but I'd like to reconfirm now that that all 54 units between Las Barrancas and Tejada Grove would then be folded into the program that the city would monitor, as you've just described.
Commissioner
right?
Schwartz, that is correct. Mm-hmm. So we would be monitoring all of them, including the price-restricted units, because there is criteria such as they have to live there, and if they refinance without contacting the city, that's also a violation. Those are just two examples. So we do monitor all of the 54 units going forward.
Okay. Okay, and then I think my other questions are for the Westmont team, if you could, the applicant team. Let's see here, Mr. Tomasello, if I could.
You want to step up to the mic again?
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
Mr. Tomasello, if you could, please.
Absolutely.
I don't know if this is for you or the representatives from Westmont. I'll let you decide. Back in our May 3rd hearing, I asked whether or not Westmont is contemplating or maybe even has plans to expand beyond Tejado Grove, and I think at the time I heard that's not financially feasible. That was the reason. Is that still the case since May? In other words, could you conceive this as part of perhaps, a further expanded program?
Sure. Commissioner Schwartz, thank you for the question. As we stand here today, we do not have any further construction or additional housing plans in place.
Okay.
It's taken us more than a decade to get to this point, and so we want to get this buttoned up and sold and built out. Given the college's history, I think it's quite conceivable that somewhere down the road we want to look at a third subdivision, so Las Broncos, Tejado Grove, and then the third one. At this point, there are no plans to do that. But
by any chance, appreciate your patience in my follow-on questions that I'm going to ask. By any chance, have you conferred with other higher educational institutions in our area to see if there are perhaps collaborative funding opportunities where, you may have identified some land, there may be assets or cash flow available with some other entities, and maybe it's not even higher ed, it could be philanthropists or major donors of Westmont, anything like that that you could share that's public information that you could share publicly with us?
Sure, yes. Commissioner Schwartz, while I guess I would say that there have been some very, very high-level conversations to that end, nothing that has legs at this point, so no specific plans.
Okay, very good. And then, again, back to May, I asked if Westmont had a wait list for those who were eligible and seeking one of these residences. I think you mentioned that there were 7 employees. I didn't make a note for myself on any faculty that were on a wait list. Do you have that information today for us?
Well, the number would be 7, and it'd be a combination of faculty and employees.
Faculty and
correct.
Employees, okay. And then this may be my last question for you. Do you know offhand what percentage, I don't know how we do this by ranges, perhaps by income range, what percentage of the income is being spent on housing by your employees and faculty versus what will be spent or could be then allocated once, let's say, an average eligible faculty or employee moves into one of these Westmont residences?
Commissioner Schwartz, good question. As I ponder that, so just make sure I clarify your question here. You're asking for what they're spending now on housing outside of Las Broncos. So if they were living in the community,
sure, kind of all of the above. This is a very it's a very central topic to a lot of housing policy.
Sure.
There's also a lot of media attention across California. You may have seen a lot of the media reports. So I'm interested, especially as one of our key housing policies comes back to us next Thursday. What's going on at Westmont, and if you could share some data with us.
Sure. Well, in terms of what I may turn to Jenna Harris, who's also with us here from Westmont. She works more specifically with the individual families and such. In terms of percent of income that a faculty member would spend on housing, if they're in something like Las Broncos or soon to be Tejado Grove, we really try to keep that at no more than about 35% of their gross income. And obviously that'll vary a little bit depending on where they fall on the income scale, whether there's a second income in the home and whatnot. And obviously this amended specific plan will allow some more flexibility in that as well. For those who are not in those programs, they may be renting elsewhere. Obviously it's quite expensive to rent even a small unit in town, $2,000 or $3,000 perhaps per month. And when you think about that in relation to maybe a $60,000, $70,000 salary, that gets to be a pretty high percentage, and there's no ownership there. It's really just rental. So it can be quite high. So what we like to do is take some of those folks, and as we can, move them into a Tejado Grove or a Las Barrancas, where the prices are more affordable, and they have the opportunity to at least accrue some equity over the years. So.
And then lastly, this is now another question. I think this is my last one for you, is just coming to me in light of what you've just said. Has Westmont contemplated, because I'm not aware if you have today, a sort of a rental, especially a rental assistance program, where if you can't provide the units directly, maybe you assist with subsidizing, because recruitment and retention is so important, as you've discussed.
Yes.
And we know that.
Yeah, Commissioner Schwartz, yes, good question. We do have a program like that actually is available to both faculty and some of our staff as well. They qualify for housing assistance, but there's not opportunity to be in Las Barrancas or Tejado Grove, not availability, et cetera, and they don't have interest in or qualify for any other assistance that we offer. We do have rental assistance on a monthly basis.
I don't want to take time today, since it's not specifically germane to the specific plan amendment, but staff, if I could ask you please to follow up with the Westmont team. I personally would like to, if you're comfortable sharing that information. And,
absolutely.
If anything's private, maybe I can figure out a way to obtain it otherwise. But I think that's also very important information to us to understand as an important higher ed institution, an employer, and key resource in our community. It could be a model or a blueprint that we might discuss with other larger employers
great.
and educational institutions.
And
So
we'd be happy to have that conversation.
That would be very helpful.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay, I think those are my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Schwartz. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Campanello, is this?
Yeah, I got questions.
Okay.
I'm sorry, for staff, if I can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. L., just so I'm clear, on the price-restricted units, reading in the restrictions, it says no more than 120% of the maximum sales price permitted for upper middle. Does that calculate to 240%?
Commissioner Campanello, that's exactly correct. It's 240% of AMI is the target income there, and it also rides with the same faculty index in terms of changes going forward. So it's priced above the income restricted units, but not such that it would be unaffordable to a 240 AMI household.
Okay. And one more thing, I think, while I have you on, Estancia, which was, one of our for sale inclusionary programs, I believe there was a significant number of qualified people that got in the lottery.
Commissioner Campanello, there was 809 lottery applicants. We pulled the 9, and we're working with number 1, 2. We're down to number 4 now. They're not pre-qualified prior to the lottery. And even in the middle income category, half of the first, 2 out of the first 5 have been declined. They just can't afford to live there, even with middle income. And the 2-bedroom was priced at $315,000, and the 3-bedroom at $360-something thousand. So even with this low interest rate environment, it's very challenging to qualify for home ownership.
And then the requirement was to live or work on the South Coast in order to get into the lottery. Is that correct?
There were 2 different lotteries. The first lottery, you had to live or work in the South Coast, and we had 14 individuals in the second lottery, which they could live or work anywhere. So the preference is given to live or work in the South Coast.
Okay, so that points to a need for alternate types of housing for those people that were in the lottery, which is probably called rental.
Commissioner Campanello, I'd say 809 points to a need, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no other questions. Is there anyone here in the public that?
Madam Chair, do you want just all the questions now, or are you going to wait till after public hearing?
Well, I was just about to open public comment. Do you have a question, Commissioner
Well,
Thompson?
I have 2 questions that aren't applicable to the applicant, but more to the staff. Okay, the first question I have is in the draft attachment D, the draft amendment to the covenant housing agreement. On page 3, item 4.2, what does that say? It says not have any form of ownership or ownership interest, but it doesn't say in what. It leaves it off. And to go further, is the intent to say that somebody could not have an ownership interest in their IRA, for example, in a commercial property someplace? It's kind of looks like it's all encompassing. You can't own anything, but it doesn't really say that. It just has ownership interest, and then it doesn't complete the sentence.
Commissioner Thompson, I think I agree with you, and I believe we should probably take a look at that more closely to define ownership of other real property.
Yeah.
That
Is
is
it real residential property? Is it commercial property? Is it investment in their retirement fund or something? There's a lot of ways you could own property, but the sentence isn't completed.
That's correct. In the individual covenant that's provided to each owner, it's much more specific than this, and we have had cases where they own, say, other commercial property, which is allowed, or a mobile home, which is allowed, and a REIT ownership, or
right.
Those are all allowed. This probably needs to be either it needs to refer to the affordability covenant, or it needs to be worded a little bit more correctly here.
Okay, so you're aware of that now, that
Yes.
that needs to be fixed. The other question I have is on the next page, page 4, under item 5, it talks about Westmont units identified in section 6A through C above. I think you're talking about 5A through C, and then 6D, I think you're talking about 5D. So it's more of a typographical fix.
That is correct.
Okay,
Again.
thank you, Madam Chair. That's my questions.
Thank you.
Good catches, Commissioner Thompson. Okay. Is there anyone here from the public to speak on this particular item? Do we have, Ms. Galarte, do we have someone? Number 3. We do. Okay. Tara Taylor. Yeah, come on up. Welcome. And I can give you 2 minutes, and there's a little timer there, and you can watch it and see when you're getting close to your time being up. Okay?
Sure.
Thank you.
Hi, I just happen to be a mortgage banker, and I heard the comment about pre-approval for the city lottery program. I want to let you know that applicants, absolutely, there are many lenders in the community that will truly pre-approve credit, take clients through the whole process and give them a credit approval letter that would be contingent solely on the property. So there's that would probably save people who are in the lottery and speed up that process a little bit for the city. But I used to work for a lender here in the community that does that, and there's no cost to the applicant to do it.
Okay, thank you very much for that information. Okay, seeing no other speakers, I'm going to close public comment, and we'll bring it now back to the commission for comments and deliberation and motion. Thank you. We'll start with Commissioner Jordan.
Jump right in. You'd be hard pressed to walk in here and convince me that this program that's been going on, and as you're suggesting, isn't a great community benefit. It's actually recognizing and shouldn't be penalizing you for continuing to pay moderate or middle income wages, good wages to your employees, and not be penalized and not be given the flexibility to still make this program work. I'm totally in support of it. I think there's no downside that I see. The benefits of having if you could call it an alternative world-class educational institution that's not a public institution in this community is wonderful. I know in addition to this program for your employees, you also have student housing that attempts to keep the student housing costs down by getting out in the community and getting the student housing. And I also work with a peer who is an employee of Westmont, and I know that you have a gratis tuition program for children of employees, and I know for a fact that their two children would not have an opportunity to go to an institution such as yours if not for that program. And that's just I can't think of more flags to wave in appreciation for some of the benefits you offer this community. So I'd be happy to make the motion to approve the recommendation to council and noting the findings in the staff report.
Thank you, Commissioner Jordan. Do we have a second to that motion?
I would second that. I agree with Commissioner Jordan, and I'll second that motion.
Okay, great. Thank you. Commissioner Schwartz?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I, too, am going to support a recommendation of approval. And just a few comments, if I may. I'm probably being somewhat redundant to the May 3rd comments that I made, but I'm both appreciative of Westmont and very pleased that you're continuing the program, you're expanding the program. Of course, I have a personal bias that the new units are in the city of Santa Barbara, so appreciate that. And really beyond that, I think Westmont is role modeling, is leading the type of employer, educational institution, investor. When I say investor, I don't mean just financial. I mean a social investor. I mean a community investor. This is so important from my perspective. And of course, it's very enlightened from your perspective as well. I appreciate that. But that you are aiming to provide housing at great expense to the institution, to Westmont, that will provide maybe 35% of the gross income being used for housing. It should really be, I think, an objective. I would like to see it be an objective of many of our major employers in Santa Barbara. And we have not accomplished that, in my opinion. So again, I think Westmont is leading the way. As I requested, I'm going to be very interested to see a copy of your rental subsidy assistance program. And if there's any other support the city can provide, I certainly hope you won't hesitate in asking us for that. And with that, I'm ready to move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Schwartz. Commissioner Campanella?
Thank you. Yes, I'm certainly in favor of the specific plan amendment. It is superior to the current one, and certainly provides a broad range of housing opportunities to the workforce out at Westmont. I think congratulations to staff, too, for revising and putting it together very easy to understand. And when we were reviewing employer options at the housing task force, I guess we had a template, but we didn't know this one was really... Sure. This template was really one that we can maybe pay attention to in the future. And if there are employers out there or groups of employers that are interested, please contact our staff, our housing staff here at the city to see if perhaps you can maybe come up with a pattern that's similar that would fit your needs. And I think this is a very good example of how perhaps we can find some other interested parties who have the same needs and possibly can come up with the same solutions that Westmont did. So thank you both to Westmont and to staff for bringing this to us and presenting it as you did. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Campanella. I'd just like to say my thank yous to staff. I think that you have presented it well and obviously a compelling argument. And thanks to Westmont College, you've been proactive and created something that's going to work much better for your faculty and your employees. And I hope at some point in the future you'll be able to expand the program. But you've got some great programs going, and we really thank you for that. It's wonderful to see. It's a real asset to have these kind of programs in our city. So without further ado, I don't see any more lights on. All in favor of Commissioner Jordan's motion?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No abstentions? Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you all for coming.
faster than everybody thought. The other team isn't here yet. The other team isn't here yet.
Mr. Busk, do we have the applicant here for Anapamu? Okay. Okay, I was getting a little worried. Okay, here we go. Okay, we're going to move on to item number 4. I'm going to have a couple announcements to make about item number 4. This is a continued item, and it's continued from the Planning Commission hearing on July 19th, 2018. And you can make a note that we just approved the draft minutes from the July 19th, 2018 meeting. So anyone that spoke at that meeting is on the record as having spoken. So this is the application of Melissa Turner, Design Arc, agent for Barranca Enterprises, Inc. and MLG Leasing, Inc. for the Planning Commission's conceptual review of a proposed 63,982 square foot mixed-use development project at 226 to 232 East Anapamu Street, 1117 and 1121 Garden Street, and 223 East Figueroa Streets, units G and H. The project is proposed under the average unit size density incentive program and includes a voluntary lot merger to create a 35,958 square foot lot. And I want to emphasize that this is a concept review only by the Planning Commission. No formal action on the development proposal will be taken at this hearing, nor will any determination be made regarding environmental review of the proposed project. The way the hearing will work, we have a brief presentation from Mr. Busk, and I'm happy to let the applicant have a few minutes to add any additional information that they would like to. If they'd like a little more time, we can do that since staff is making a presentation also. We'll go to the commission for any questions, and then I am going to reopen it again for public comment. And the reason for that is we have a memo produced by staff that's dated August 30th, 2018. And if anyone does want to speak during public comment on this item, please restrict your comments to those items that are contained in that memo, because we've already had several hours of public comment at the last meeting. So I hope that's fair, and you should. The memo is available online, and we can work with that. The other thing that I want to say, then after the public comment, we're going to go back to the commission for deliberations. The other thing I want to say is that several of the commissioners up here, including myself, reviewed the video from the July 19th meeting again, just to refresh ourselves. And the several people were using laser pointers. The laser pointers don't show up on TV. So if please, have someone go up and point to something or say exactly where on the screen, I'm in the upper left or I'm in the lower right when you're talking about some item in the project. If you get a question on it, we'd really appreciate it, because it gets very frustrating if you're watching it at home and can't see exactly where you're pointing. So with that and that pretty lengthy set of instructions, thank you. Ms. Galarte, do you want to introduce the staff that's here? Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe. We have Allison DeBusk, who's the project planner. We have with us Nicole Hernandez, who's the city's urban historian. And we have Dan Gullett, who's transportation planning supervisor.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm just going to interrupt. Commissioner Higgins has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just could you refresh my memory on how we're to organize our comments, since we're not making a formal determination? Are there a grouping of questions you want consensus on, or is this essentially just sort of free-form color commentary at the end?
I believe staff has, and in the staff report from the 19th of July, there is a set of questions, and I believe there's a slide on those set of questions. So we'll take them one by one after we go through the whole process, and we can all make our comments and on them. Commissioner Lodge?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say that I watched the July 19th hearing, so I am qualified to vote on this matter or make comments on this matter.
Madam Chair, I've also watched the meeting, and thank you for your comment about the laser pointers.
Okay, so there's several up here that share my frustration. Yes, okay. Thank you. Okay, very good. That said, with the introduction of staff, welcome Ms. DeBusk, Mr. Hernandez, Mr. Gullett. Take it away.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as you mentioned, we are here today for a continued concept review of a mixed-use AUD project, and I just want to give you a brief review of the project site and location for anyone that wasn't here last time, and remind you that the Historic Landmarks Commission will be the ultimate decision maker on this project. This is Planning Commission concept review because the project is on a lot greater than 15,000 square feet, and it's being developed under the priority housing overlay density. So the project site is located generally at the southern corner of Anapamu and Garden Streets. It includes 8 parcels, and the project site totals almost 36,000 square feet. The project is a mixed-use development that includes a total of almost 64,000 square feet, consisting of just over 6,000 square feet of commercial office and 52 residential units. The units would average 752 square feet and would include a mix of studios, 1, 2, and 3-bedroom apartments. The development would be contained within 5 buildings, ranging in height from 2 to 4 stories, with a maximum height of 45 feet. The majority of the existing development on site would be demolished to accommodate the project. However, the 2 Queen Anne-style buildings on Anapamu Street would be relocated to Garden Street. And at that time, they would be designated as structures of merit. The project is proposing 72 parking spaces within an underground parking garage, and most of these spaces are within a mechanical parking stacker. So we wanted to provide the Planning Commission with more information on the historic resource assessment that's been completed. So I will turn it over to Nicole Hernandez to give you some information on that aspect.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners. I just wanted to explain what we've gone through this far for the Historic Structures Report. The Historic Structures Report is a 2-part report. The first part evaluates all the historic significance of the site. So if the report finds there's no historic resources on a property, that stops there. There's no second part. But mostly if it finds that it's eligible to be listed as local or state or national registers, it goes through the second phase. The first phase of this report has been completed, and it has found historic resources on the site. And the Commission requested also that they complete the Cultural Resources Survey. And a Cultural Resources Survey, I think I have a slide on it there, evaluates the potential direct, indirect, and cumulative projects, effects on a project. For example, instead of just looking at the one building itself, it looks at the project as a whole, the neighborhood, the community. It looks at, it doesn't allow you to ignore the impacts to the whole entire block on both sides of the street. So that was why, for this large of a project, they asked to have a broader view of what is going on in the entire neighborhood. And I think you were provided with that section of the report as well. I think that, yes, so I just wanted to go through the phase 2, which has not been completed yet. This is what evaluates the project's impacts, and if a project is found to have no negative impact, it gets a categorical exemption. If it does have a negative impact, it goes through an EIR process. To have no negative impact, it has to meet the Secretary of Interior standards, and that's what the phase 2 goes through, each standard one by one, and analyzes all the possible, the project to those standards. We don't have that information yet. We usually wait until the project design, the HLC is pretty comfortable with the design, and then they evaluate it to something that's very close to what would be reviewed. If they do it too early and the design changes and changes and changes, they would have to redo that phase 2 every time. So that's why we wait till the design review's a little further along. That is it for that.
Did you want me to go through those? We can go back to that. Okay. So this slide was something that we showed you at the last meeting, just to reiterate where the historic resources are around the project site. Okay. So the primary purpose of this concept review is to get Planning Commission comments on the project's consistency with the goals and policies of the general plan. So I've highlighted a few key policies for your consideration. Land use element policy LG4 establishes the principles for development to focus growth, encourage a mix of land uses, strengthen mobility options, and promote healthy active living. Policy LG6 encourages projects with the highest densities to be located in the downtown, La Cumbre Plaza area, and along Milpas Street. Policy LG12 is to strengthen our community character, promote affordable housing, and further community sustainability principles. The circulation element includes a policy to promote the development of housing downtown to increase the walking, biking population, and therefore decrease the need for parking. And the historic resources element includes policies to ensure respectful and compatible development, to discourage demolition of historic resources, encourage adaptive reuse of historic buildings, and to protect neighborhood historic resources. So I did want to provide you with a little bit more information with regard to compatibility as well, because that's another issue area that we would like the Planning Commission to comment on. Per the HLC design guidelines, for the purpose of design review, compatibility is defined as a project's ability to integrate harmoniously with the desirable architectural qualities and characteristics which are distinctive of Santa Barbara and the immediate neighborhood. The following should be considered in achieving compatibility: contextual setting, patterns of development in the particular area, architectural style, size, mass, bulk, height, and scale, proximity to and interface with historic resources, historic districts, historic sites, or natural features, and design intent and overall concept of the project and land use designation for the site.
And Ms. DeBusk, that came from our infill design guidelines? Is that
That's
correct?
actually from the HLC design guidelines.
Okay, because I think at the last meeting it was referenced in another document, so, okay.
And also an excerpt from the urban design guidelines, which apply to the entire city grid. Generally, proposed developments should demonstrate compatibility on 3 different levels. The development should be compatible with the distinctive character of Santa Barbara, the character of the surrounding neighborhood, and immediately adjacent developments. So the HLC is the body, that ultimately will make that assessment, but we just wanted to make you aware of what they'll be considering. So what we're looking for from the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission needs to comment by majority vote on whether the project is consistent with the goals and policies of the general plan. I know that's a pretty broad question, so we've got a couple questions to help focus your review. Is this the right location for this type of development? Is the development providing the right mix of residential and non-residential uses? Is this the right type of housing? Is the housing unit mix and size appropriate? Is the development respectful and compatible with surrounding historic resources? We are also looking for consensus comments on whether the proposed design, including the mass, bulk, and scale, is appropriate for its location and neighborhood. and then any additional majority comments from the commission. And the one that we've specifically asked for feedback on is the use of parking machines, particularly for the commercial use. So that concludes staff's report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. DeBusk. Do any of my, yes, Commissioner Higgins, you have a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Allison, could you put the slide back up? Put the slide back up, the one more back there. Is this the right type of housing, affordable SRO family units? Can you elaborate? Is there, I'm probably missing the policy specific to mix there, but is that what you're getting at? I mean, in other words, do we think a different type of housing is better there, like single family? Or
Chair Wiscombe and Commissioner Higgins, whether this is a more appropriate location for studios or one bedrooms versus larger 3 or 4 bedroom units, or SRO, that type of thing. So it's a pretty broad question, and maybe you feel that a mix of units is the more appropriate type of development for this location because there's a variety of needs in the area.
And you have the affordable capitalized. You mean inclusionary? Price restricted by the...
That would mean a capital A affordable rather than affordable by design, correct?
Any other questions at this point? Okay, Commissioner Jordan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm trying to work through not dragging Mr. Gullett up for 30 minutes of questions. So, this is a usual cross-reference dive into HEC to go back and forth between general plan, local regs, what HLC is supposed to do, why it comes to Planning Commission, and back and forth. It's actually made some attempt to do that. And I'm stuck on the parking issue related as a nexus to compatibility. So, and I was pretty sure I was going to give up on it, but then you start throwing in words like community character or character of surrounding neighborhood. But when you look at the actual compatibility guidelines, I think they are for HLC, it's all about what does it look like, what's the design, what's the massing, what's the bulk and scale. So really my simple question is, can the consequence of an opinion of the parking that's being presented on the project be taken into consideration as a measure of compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood? I knew this would cause a little ruffle.
Could you clarify your question?
Oh. Well, you gauge my form walking along the street next to a building as a human scale to a size, bulk, and mass, and use that to judge whether or not it's compatible to the surrounding neighborhood. You use the forms of the surrounding buildings compared to the size, bulk, and scale, and the consequence of that size, bulk, and scale to determine whether it's compatible. So there's all kinds of architectural things. So if one believes that there is a negative consequence to the neighborhood, so there's a consequence to the neighborhood of the parking arrangement as presented by this project, does that get into a compatibility discussion with the character of the neighborhood?
I think it's more of a sound community planning.
No, I hate that phrase. I abhor that phrase. So that just brings up all kinds of mischief. So I'm trying so hard to stay away from that phrase. So nobody's going to bail me out. I'm looking left and right. Nobody's going to bail me out on this.
Commissioner Jordan,
okay?
One thing I would say is that we do have zoning ordinance requirements for the number of parking spaces that need to be provided for the project. So that's the baseline. That's what is required. In terms of the layout, the circulation, and other things, how the parking is configured, whether they're separate individual garages or uncovered parking in a lot, that can have an effect on the character of the development.
Okay.
Clear as mud? Okay, I think Commissioner Schwartz was next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have some kind of overarching questions. I'll get into more detailed questions later. First to staff, maybe Ms. DeBusk, if I could ask you, do you have a slide that perhaps we haven't seen yet that would, in a more detailed manner, define a few key words that are in the compatibility section of both the HLC guidelines and our infill design guidelines? And here are the words: harmoniously. I'll read the sentence and then I'll put it into context for the record. For the purposes of design review, compatibility is defined as a project's ability to integrate harmoniously with the desirable, that's another word, desirable architectural qualities and characteristics which are, the next word is distinctive, of Santa Barbara and the, quote, immediate neighborhood. So I'm going to stop there. So my question to staff is, do we have before us today for our consideration as we're looking at defining and compatibility, a definition for, or definitions plural, for harmoniously, desirable, distinctive, and immediate neighborhood?
Chair Wiscombe and Commissioner Schwartz, no, we do not have specific definitions for those. It is intended to be a subjective process and to give some discretion to the decision makers. The urban design guidelines do give a lot of examples of what we think are good design, good things to have,
Right.
but it's not defined specifically.
Okay. Then, Mr. Vincent, if I could ask you, in the staff report on page 2 of our August 30th staff report, this is the most recent one from Ms. DeBusk. On page 2, there is a reference to the Housing Accountability Act, Government Code 65589.5J. And I just wanted to ask you, Mr. Vincent, if you have any advice or guidance for us on weighing the city's obligations under this state law vis-a-vis more subjective or qualitative determinations regarding compatibility. Any specific guidance for us today?
Well, Madam Chair and Commissioner Schwartz, as I said in the memo, the Housing Accountability Act requires, if the project decision maker is either going to deny a housing development or approve the housing development on the condition that it's constructed at a reduced density, the Housing Accountability Act requires certain findings that essentially that the project needs to be either denied or reduced in size, reduced in density, in order to avoid otherwise unavoidable public health or safety impacts. And those findings must be supported by substantial evidence. Actually, not substantial evidence anymore. That was the previous standard. Now it's the preponderance of the evidence. The recommendation I have to the Commission is, when you're considering your comments and your recommendations to the Historic Landmarks Commission, who will be the ultimate decision makers in this project, that you're cognizant that your comments don't set up a catch-22 or an impossibility on the part of the HLC. An extreme example would be, well, I could support the project if you lose the third floor. Something like that would invariably require a reduction of the residential density of this project. That would, if the HLC were to move forward with that kind of recommendation, they would be put into a violation of the Housing Accountability Act, because they would be reducing the number of units in the project unless they could make the certain findings. And the evidence that I've seen so far in this record do not support public health or safety impacts that would justify such a reduction of residential density. And so that's the best comment I can make at this point. If I hear comments that I think are implicating this issue, I will interrupt the discussion and try to provide more advice.
And is that the same guidance, Mr. Vincent, that you'll be providing, I don't know if you have already, to the HLC, so they understand the goalposts when this goes back to them, and however many more hearings are necessary to
Absolutely.
find consensus?
That advice will be carried through to the decision makers.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And then, Mr. Vincent, I was revisiting our average unit size density incentive program ordinance in preparation for today. Really, I should keep this by my bedside in terms of how much attention it's getting and how important it is as a housing policy. I just wanted to ask you to remind me, if you would, so on the very first page of the ordinance, this is under Chapter 2820, under definition C, community benefit housing, priority housing, this is zoned, one of the zones for this project is priority housing. That's number one. Number two, housing affordable to low, moderate, or middle income households, and then we have that as defined in our municipal code. Are there any considerations that you would recommend we undertake today that further or in furtherance of or in support of number two, which is housing affordable to low, moderate, or middle income households? I've been thinking about this a lot leading up to not only today, but next Thursday when we're going to undertake the program in a larger context.
I'm trying to follow as you're speaking. I'm trying to follow along.
Okay.
The community benefit housing, it lists those three categories.
Yes.
Any one of those categories in and of itself satisfies or is community benefit housing.
Okay, that's important, I think, for us to understand. Any one of these, low, moderate, or middle income. Any one of those.
My point would be a little different than that.
Okay.
It is that priority housing, and I'll go to that definition in a moment, affordable housing, as listed in number 2 of the subsection, or actually paragraph 2 of subsection C, and transitional and supportive housing, any one of those three categories. So in this particular case, the applicant has proposed what is rental housing. It's a project that is exclusively rental and would be required as a condition of approval that it is covenanted to remain rental housing for the duration of its life at this residential density. If the project does that, it qualifies as priority housing under the definition of priority housing. Therefore, it falls under the rubric of the community benefit housing.
Okay.
In other words, I think it's important, and I believe that, going to your question or this train of thought, is it's the election of the applicant as to which form of community benefit housing they choose to propose. And if they propose any form of community benefit housing, then the project accrues the benefits under the program that community benefit housing has.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Vincent. To staff, well, I'm sorry. I'm going to talk to you about outdoor living space under the AUD program, but I think I'll get to that a little bit later. I think, Madam Chair, you just want kind of overarching questions now. Is that correct?
That would be great, yeah.
Okay. My other question, I think, to staff at this time is I'm looking at the 3 zoning classifications that cover the 8 parcels associated with the proposed project. So we have OR, office restricted. We have general plan land use designation of office/high residential, and priority housing overlay. I think this is a question to staff. Given the different uses allowed and I'll say orientations, preferred or prioritized orientations of development within these 3, and if you don't want to answer it right now, maybe you could just think about and come back to me or us later in the hearing today about whether you think balancing between these 3 zoning classifications, do we have any guidance for me in balancing between the 3? It's more complex than if we had a single zoning classification for a project, which we often do. But this is more complex, as I said in our last hearing. For me, this is the most complex AUD project that's come before me in the 8.5 years I've been on this commission. So I really want to go through everything very carefully and ask staff to really help us exhaust all of our appropriate areas of consideration, and this would be one. So if I could just ask staff to make a note that I'll be coming back to this and ask for your assistance or your guidance, I would appreciate that. I have many more. I'm going to drill down later on with many other questions. I think that's it for now, though, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Schwartz. I believe Commissioner Higgins is up next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thought Commissioner Jordan's question was a good one, and I would have appreciated a little bit more clarity from staff on the answer. It sounded like what you said was the answer to his question was no. His question being, is parking as characteristic by which we measure compatibility? Was that your answer? Because I don't, and I'll give you a little bit more of my perspective, I guess, or bias. Coming in, I didn't know that would be. I appreciate the question nonetheless, but it's not in the I think the bedside guide that Commissioner Schwartz has. Nor is it no longer is it a category of environmental impact. It's emphatically a development standard, not a architectural characteristic.
Commissioner Higgins, I think it would depend on the design of the parking. Is it a structure, where it's located, as far as how we look at compatibility. In the case if you have an underground parking structure, I don't really see it as a compatibility issue.
Well, I don't think his question had to do with the lifts as much as the quantity, but I'll let him ask that if that's where he was headed. But I still am not personally going to be, this is not a question, sorry, I'm out of order, but I'm not going to be basing any of my compatibility findings based on a development standard. So with that, I think I appreciate your answer as much as I've coaxed it out of you again.
Is that it? Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. Okay, Commissioner Campanella, you're next.
Thank you. Question for Mr. Vincent. In talking about reduction of density, is density just a defined word, or could that mean other aspects of the feasibility of the project? For example, reduction in 2 bedrooms to 1 bedrooms because of design issues. Would that also possibly considered if an applicant so wanted to find out the reason why there was such a reduction in the type of units that they were providing?
Madam Chair and Commissioner Campanella, looking at the statute, it simply says that that the findings need to be made if the local agency proposes to disapprove the project or to impose a condition that the project be developed at a lower density. It doesn't get into the number of units and so forth. I can look for, while we're during the hearing today, to see if there are any cases that have interpreted that. So far, the cases that I'm aware of, it's mostly been in the case of single-family home developments where it's either it's the number of subdivided lots, or it's the number of single-family residences, as opposed to parsing it down to how many bedrooms, how many bathrooms, that kind of level of specificity.
Yeah, I would request that might be a subset that would be looked at, because I think following projects as they go through the process of design review, if there are certain requests that are made relative to size, bulk, and scale, orientation, or levels, possibly the first thing an applicant would be doing would be changing the size of the individual units or the product mix, trying to hold off, if you will, or the number of units. So I'd like to consider whether that just be beyond the absolute number, whether something else could be considered a constraint that would not facilitate development of the project. I would suggest, Madam Chair, maybe when we get back is perhaps staff, for our benefit and the benefit of the public, go through, based upon the various landscape and in historical resources tests, and whether it's the city or it's federal, state, do we have an indication beside the phase 2 of how this project stacks up as proposed, and what guidelines that are pretty well established it may or may not be violating, okay, as we consider our recommendations to HLC, because that would be the same thing they would be looking at. And I think if staff could summarize that for us based on the project that's before us, it would be helpful when we come back from public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Campanella. Commissioner Lodge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm also interested in the questions that Commissioner Campanella has raised on the issue raised by Commissioner Schwartz on the state requirements on density. The way, from what you said, it almost sounds like someone would have to propose a project on a hazardous waste site or something like that before the local government could reduce the density or deny the project. Is that too extreme an interpretation?
Madam Chair and Commissioner Lodge, I don't know if it's quite that extreme. However, I can say that the governor signed a further amendment to this statute last week that added a paragraph to the statute that says that it is the legislature's expectation that findings of public health and safety impacts are expected to be infrequent. It is the legislature's expectation that housing will be built.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Jordan.
So I'll take another bite at this, so because I don't want you interrupting me later, Mr. Vincent. So, and I don't want to put Mr. Gullett through 30 minutes of questions on parking spaces. So we have this box that allows the density. The box is a policy. Outside of that box is a bunch of other stuff that's not necessarily policy. And if I have a problem with the parking as a consequence that leads to, in my mind, a lack of compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood, and the answer to that is to create more space for parking and thus reduce the density, do I fall exactly into the trap you're talking about?
I believe you do.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I actually will go to you, Commissioner Campanella, in 1 minute. I just wanted to follow up on this, the question on the Housing Accountability Act, and Commissioner Campanella started the conversation about the number of bedrooms. And so I guess my feeling is that we're dealing with a development here that we define is allowed at 63 dwelling units per acre. And there's no definition of what configuration those dwelling units are. So as long as we're still at 63 dwelling units per acre, I think it's 63, right? And this one is 52, then we might be able, as a planning commission, to have a conversation on flexibility in perhaps, for lack of a better word, getting more landscaping for maybe loss of a bedroom or something. Do you think that's fair, or will you stop us?
So, Madam Chair, I would say, first off, Allison, do you want to correct the
Yes,
facts?
I just wanted to clarify that this project is at 63 dwelling units per acre, which it
is 52 dwelling units.
Which is 52 dwelling units.
Well,
total.
I thought that's
Okay.
what I said, yeah.
No.
Okay,
I wanted to make sure that we weren't confusing that this project was proposed at a density less than 63 units per acre.
No, this is the max at the 63 dwelling units per acre, yes.
Understood. Okay, so again, Housing Accountability Act is focused on housing residential units and residential density. And yes, as you say, the overall project and its compatibility with its surroundings is a function of the project as a whole. Both the number of residential units and the volume of a building that it needs to have in order to house those units. This project also is a mixed-use project, and it has commercial space as well. And then also it has its site layout and any other amenities that the project has. And again, the question that from Commissioner Campanella, as far as the unit mix, how many bedrooms for each unit, et cetera, because obviously all of that has an impact on its volume, and that impacts how it relates to its context. The best answer I can give you, and I've in the few minutes since my last answer to Commissioner Campanella, I've gone back. There are 15 reported decisions on the Housing Accountability Act, and I have not found any of those decisions to get down to anything further than residential density. So it's units. And so I believe that within the guidance that we have today, I would say that you can consider adjustments to the unit mix, the number of bedrooms, how large the units are, et cetera, but if it ultimately, as my example previously regarding just simply lopping off an entire floor, the intention of that example was to give an example of something that was unavoidably going to affect the number of units and therefore the residential density of the project. I think that if you avoid altering the residential density of the project, there are places you can ask for reductions of size. You can ask for changes in the number of units, therefore, or the number of bedrooms, thereby reducing the size potentially of a unit, but also ask for other adjustments in the site plan that might ameliorate some of your concerns.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Commissioner Campanella, okay. I think we had exactly the same question. I just wanted to get it totally clarified. Yeah. Okay. Okay. We don't have any other questions up here, and there's no other lights on. So does the applicant have a presentation or anything that you want to add? I can give you about 10 minutes before we go to public comment. Is that good? Fair?
Oh, that's plenty. We didn't come prepared with any.
And you don't need to be up here if you don't want to be.
I just wanted to make a couple comments
Okay.
on the memo, because that's the new information before the commission. Well, one of the conclusions in the memo was regarding the lot line adjustment on the Figueroa side, so the southern side of the lot, and that lot line adjustment would trigger the requirement for a two-car garage for each of the units, which would then make the concept of moving that lot line moot, because you'd move it and then you'd have to move it right back. So that makes that concept of proposing to keep those bungalows intact impossible from an economic perspective. Lose that whole section. So that proposal would not work. However, I'm not certain that I agree that is that triggers us, because the trigger was of the creation of a substandard lot, but I think those lots are already substandard, so it's not actually creating them, they're just making a substandard lot smaller. So maybe staff could clarify that. So I'm not sure that the garages would be required in that case. The other thing is that there is a precedent for substandard lots created to be sold as very low income, also a major economic impact, making this proposal infeasible. However, this is a very unique case, and the offsets of doing so, I think, would be considerable. And I think that would be something for the Planning Commission to perhaps discuss, whether it would be desirable to allow those bungalows to be saved if it meant not restricting the income to which they could be sold, if that makes sense. Okay, and then the other question, it's really a question and a clarification, and I don't know if I'm allowed to ask for clarification, but for the State Housing Accountability Act, whether the question that came up was whether certain recommendations reduce the bedroom count, and that had an economic impact that would make the project therefore infeasible, and that would therefore conditionally disapprove the project by making it smaller. So I don't know if that's a part of it or not. Those are my only comments. I guess I'll come back if you have questions.
Okay, great. And would you identify yourself for the record,
yeah,
please?
thank you. It's Greg Wrights, a project applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Wrights. Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. I think at this point we're going to go to public comment, and then it will be back to the commission. So, again, I'd like to just remind you that if you're going to speak, please try to speak to the additional information, the staff memorandum that was issued on August 30th, which covers a few items. And you all have 2 minutes at the podium unless you've yielded your time, and we do have a couple of those, so let me get this reset. The first speaker is Jose Arturo Galagos, and Natalia Gavani. Is Natalia? Yes. Okay, so you've yielded your time, so I'm going to get this to 4 minutes. You have 4 minutes, Mr. Galagos.
Okay, it's pronounced Gallegos.
Gallegos, sorry. Okay.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Jose Arturo Gallegos, native son of Santa Barbara, born at St. Francis Hospital, 1956. And I have seen my fair share of changes here in Santa Barbara throughout my years here. I really do oppose this project there on Anapamu, Garden, East Figueroa Street. It's just going to ruin the neighborhood. I mean, this is a quiet little historical neighborhood. I mean, something this massive just does not fit there. It does not. These oversized, massive AUD projects, it's going to turn Santa Barbara into a mini Manhattan. Everything's, skyrocketing upwards. And I'm not talking, Manhattan Beach. I'm talking Manhattan, New York. Santa Barbara's going to start turning into a mini Manhattan. I don't like it. I don't think it's fair for the residents that live there. It's going to, create safety issues, especially with traffic, parking issues. Even though they're going to have all these fancy electronic lifts for these cars. I mean, what happens if there's a power outage or something like that? And all of a sudden, they can't use these lifts. It just really breaks my heart that something like this is happening, to Santa Barbara. Like I said, I have my fond memories growing up here as a kid. And it's just not fair. It's just not fair to these residents. It isn't. And then the other thing, it's not going to be affordable. It's not. A one-bedroom apartment, about almost close to $2,000 a month. A two-bedroom apartment, over $3,000 a month. We have many, many working-class families living here, and they can't afford that. They just can't. Even if they make $10, $12, $15 an hour, they're not going to be able to afford that. I do believe in affordable housing for everyone here, but something like this, it just does not fit in that neighborhood. Size-wise, it's just too massive. It's just going to wipe everything out of there. All these little homes, I guess, granted there are 2 historical homes there. They will be moved, but still, overall, it's just not right. It's not right at all. So I strongly oppose this, and I hope you can make the right decision. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Mickey Flax, followed by Lorian Davey.
I really wasn't planning to speak to this today, but as somebody who lives in the neighborhood, I feel that I probably should, especially in view of some of the comments made by the commissioners today. Yes, priority housing is for rental housing, but it does not include, I don't believe, rental housing at, say, $10,000 a month, a la Montecito. There are many units in Montecito, whether single family or not, they are rental units. And I don't think by any stretch of the imagination that that's what the AUD program is intended to produce. And the tweaks that I gave you earlier, where the rents would be part of the discussion from the very beginning, whether it's concept review or whatever, and staff report and so on, would be a great help in making informed decisions by this body. Community support, I think, too, would be greater if the general plan goals and policies were adhered to rather than sidestepped. Yes, it goes up to 200%, but everybody knows that the mark, for instance, is not meant for people at 120% of AMI because they couldn't afford it. And that's clear. And yet the AUD program is precisely meant for people at about 120%. Now, in terms of compatibility, I live in an adjoining neighborhood whose architectural style can best be described as mishmash. I think it's fine. I think that compatibility is a very, very slippery concept. It is an aesthetic concept rather than a planning one. I know it's used a lot in planning, but I think compatibility is for things like, do you have a steel mill next to an apartment building? Those are compatible uses. It used to be thought that commercial uses next to an apartment were also incompatible. I think thinking has changed about that as global warming proceeds. So that should be architectural style. I do not believe should be as relevant a factor as it is made to be.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Okay, Lori and Davy? Great. Welcome.
Thank you.
Okay.
Well, I've lived here since 1971 in Santa Barbara, and since
Would you put the mic up to you? So let me I'm going to just stop your time and restart it, and just so everyone can hear you. Yeah.
You couldn't
Thank
hear me.
you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I've lived here since 1971 in Santa Barbara, and since 1989, I've lived on Anapamu Street, less than a block away from this proposed project. So I feel qualified to comment. And I have 3 comments I want to make. I hope I can make it in my remaining time. First, I object to the parking machines. I think I agree with the first speaker that it's a mistake to have our parking rely on electricity. In the past, we've experienced brownouts, rolling blackouts, and I think that when we have a goal of reducing our carbon footprint, that we shouldn't rely on stacking cars for parking. Also, I think that it might have saved the developers some money to make a smaller parking garage that way. But on the contrary, I think that the developer should provide a larger parking garage by way of mitigation that would allow local residents also to take advantage of the parking at an affordable rate. So that would take some cars off the street. My second comment, I'm going to make some enemies with this, but we have a density versus sprawl conundrum because we can't control our population. We can't restrict people from coming here. So we have to choose between density and sprawl, and I think we've all kind of agreed that we're going to have to choose density.
Okay, thank you. Your 2 minutes is
time's up.
Thank you very much for your
Okay.
comments. Okay, and our final speaker is Anna Marie Gott. Is Bonnie Donovan here? There she is. And Mr. Estrado? Okay, great. Then I'm going to give you six minutes.
And could you put on slide 10?
Oh.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. You had a question that staff would like you to answer regarding parking, so I'm going to go ahead and start with that. I was here, I think it was in May, when we were talking about lifts. This is an issue in terms of adding lifts for commercial use. They are asking if lifts would be appropriate for financial institutions, medical and dental offices, and business and professional offices where people would be visiting and therefore not be used to lifts. We had a discussion about valet parking. And in medical buildings and people who actually were not going to be utilizing the parking on a day-to-day basis, you are going to require or should require valet. So I don't think anyone wants to go ahead and require a valet for a few parking places. So what you really should be saying is, no, it's not appropriate in these types of facilities to allow lifts, so that you will have to provide 100% of your parking requirement for customers, and to ensure that that is not in a lift. Take a look at the middle of that screen, all the dotted lines. That is the project. Commissioner Schwartz said it's probably one of the most complicated AUD projects she has seen in 8 years. Well, she's right. Doesn't that look like it's been gerrymandered? It does. I don't like gerrymandering, but that is what we are allowing with these lot mergers. That's a number of different lots merged together. If you actually were to look at the image of those of that one house that's going to be surrounded actually by the development, it doesn't look very nice. It's actually pretty ugly because it's like a canyon. And you've got this tiny little house in this big, huge 3-story building, plus some because it kind of sits on a hill. It doesn't look very nice. And the reason, besides not looking very nice, that we should actually be looking at sound community planning, which is my favorite DPA finding, because we cannot ensure that we have thought about everything. We don't know what's going to happen in the future. We didn't know about short-term vacation rentals when the general plan was decided. There's a whole bunch of things that we can't account for. And a project like this dumped in this neighborhood is one of them. Lot mergers like this are a ministerial action. You have a staff person that simply signs over the counter, and there is no appeal. That shouldn't be allowed. If we're going to allow someone to build a monstrosity like this, we should demand a lot more affordable housing, and that should be a requirement that gets tacked on with those lot mergers. When someone talks about affordable housing, people don't understand that this affordable housing is not affordable to the vast majority of people that live here in Santa Barbara. The average rent here in Santa Barbara for renters, does anyone know what that is? It's about $50,000. 50. The average AMI for the county is $79,000 a year. It's a huge difference. So every single project that we allow that actually is focusing on the higher income, it's actually completely disproportionate for our population. Do you know how many low-income housing units are actually there right now? There's about 8 to 10 by my count. So we're going to bulldoze, or we're going to move housing, and we're going to make it completely unaffordable for the new people that move in to a housing units that are going to be only for the people in the top 20% of income brackets. And we don't even know if they're going to be the ones that have been living here. Over the last few years, our housing costs for one-bedrooms have increased 28%. Have incomes? They haven't. That's for for a one-bedroom unit. If you're talking about the density and we're talking about massing, the thing that we really need in Santa Barbara are one-bedrooms right now, because they've increased 28%, and I don't know of anyone's salary that's increased 28% over the last 5 years. So if we're really going to have to focus on the density, also focus on the mass and reduce the project if you have to approve it. But I don't think that you should, because there's a lot of reasons that you shouldn't. A lot of them have to do with the fact that when you're supposed to be looking at the HLC guidelines, you're supposed to be looking at the closest 10 buildings, and they didn't do that. They brought in the county building down the street that doesn't have to follow any of our guidelines, a building across the street that was built in the 70s, a church, which really is completely, something that you should not be comparing this building to. If you wanted to compare this building that they're planning for something in Santa Barbara, it's Macy's. That's where it belongs. It's not on the outskirts of this particular neighborhood. It's just simply incompatible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Scott. Okay, we have another speaker. David Walker? Is David Walker here? There you are.
Thank you very much. I'm David Walker.
Okay.
I live at 223 East Figueroa Street, one of the cottages, the front right, with my daughter Isla, who's 3.5 years old. Would you like to say hello? And I want to, continue to advocate for the exploration of options that would retain and preserve the two cottages at the back of our motor court at 223 East Figueroa, and especially that make sure that easement is not granted through that court to any of the larger buildings behind that. That would simply destroy, especially the idea of an easement going through that with that much foot traffic would destroy our mini neighborhood and the environment in which Isla plays currently quite safely. Do you have anything to add?
No one can knock houses down.
Isla would like to ask that no one break any houses down. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, both of you. Okay. We don't have any other public comment slips, so let the record reflect that we do have some written public comment, 7 people in our packet, and it all, I think, arrived in time for us to review it and read it. So Ms. Gu has the names of those 7 people that submitted public comment. So with that, I'm going to close public comment. Does anyone need to take a break before we move on? Nope. Nope. Okay. Let's go for it then. So we are now into, Ms. DeBusk, you want to put back up the slides, and then we'll go to questions and comments. I think the one with what you would like us to particularly focus on by majority vote.
Madam Chair, while that's happening.
Yes, Mr. Vincent.
I will add a little bit of gloss onto the discussion regarding lower density. The statute, for purposes of the subsection J that I've cited in the memorandum, does define lower density to include any conditions that have the same effect or impact on the ability of the project to provide housing. Unfortunately, I haven't found a case that helps define that any further. The applicant did intimate that might impact that, to reduce the size of units or to reduce the number of bedrooms may implicate the financial feasibility of the project. I haven't found a case that speaks to that. The legislature has, in the case of the bonus density statute, does specifically speak to the financial feasibility to provide affordable housing. That kind of language is not found in the subsection J or subdivision J portion of the Housing Accountability Act. So certainly I'm looking at this language right now, and beyond or without the benefit of any court guidance, I do see a distinction in that language between the bonus density statute and the Housing Accountability Act. And I think that I would say that certainly lower density would include conditions that have the same effect or impact on the ability of the project to provide the housing units. So if you were to, say, chop off a portion of the building, this building can't be that big. It needs to be this big, and that not only reduces the size of a unit, but actually reduces it to the point where a unit couldn't fit in that location. Something like that certainly implicates this definition of lower density. I can't go here now. I can't say that I agree with the applicant if the applicant is suggesting that prevents any adjustment of any element of the project that affects financial feasibility at this point.
Madam Chair?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vincent. Yes.
Before we get to a broader, deeper range of questions, and since Mr. Vincent just provided some additional guidance, could I just ask Mr. Vincent to further consider and maybe come back to us? What's not clear to me, Mr. Vincent, is how this commission could make any specific findings or devise a rationale in reducing the number of bedrooms that would comply with the Housing Accountability Act as I see it described in our staff report, and I have read Governor Brown's follow-on amendments. So if you could just ponder that, and if there's any further advice you have for us. I'm not seeing a legal nexus between a reduction of bedrooms and compliance with this state law. So I don't know when, if not today, you could help us with that, but I'm not seeing it myself. So, well,
Madam Chair and Commissioner Schwartz, I do see a difference, a distinction in that you can have, we have a residential density proposed by the applicant of 63 units per acre. That's allowed under the AUD program. Right. There's our residential density. Mm. Without seeing the application, you could have 63 studios. You could have 63 one-bedroom units. You could have 63 three-bedroom units.
Right.
All of those projects have the same residential density.
Yes.
The language of the statute is no more specific as to what reductions trigger the requirements for the findings. The statute under subdivision J, which applies to projects that are not proposing affordable housing units, right, says that the decision maker must, if it is going to disapprove a project or reduce the density of the project, condition it's a reduction in the density, must make certain findings. I can't say that a reduction of a unit from 3 bedrooms to 2 bedrooms is reducing the residential density of the project, because you still have a residential unit. And without the statute having any further specificity as to what a reduction of density means, my recommendation is that it is the reduction of a full unit.
A unit's a unit regardless of the number of bedrooms or sleeping spaces.
The statute provides no further
configured.
No further guidance on how to calculate the residential density. Mm-hmm. Again, I'll remind the whole commission that there is another paragraph in the statute, same subdivision J, mm-hmm, that says for purposes of this section, lower density includes any conditions that have the same effect or impact on the ability of the project to provide housing. The applicant has suggested that means if you do anything that affects the financial feasibility of the project, that's impacting the ability to provide housing. I'm familiar with that interpretation. Where I'm familiar with that interpretation is under the bonus density statute, where it specifically talks about the financial ability to provide affordable housing. This language is different. I see the distinction in the language. I see it as more of a physical impact. In other words, if you condition the project in such a way that units have to be reduced and that they cannot provide those housing units because of the conditions you place on the project, that's where I see a conflict. So.
Okay, I guess lastly, thank you for your indulgence, Madam Chair. Lastly, Mr. Vincent, just on this same topic, what I'm not clear about is any basis for a planning commission or any other decision-making body to devise a justification based on no expertise. We're not the applicant. We don't know what the financial pro forma and feasibility is to determine how many bedrooms an applicant, a private property applicant, should be allowed to place within a unit. We deal with density, we deal with zoning. What is our business? What's the legal basis for our business in telling a private property applicant how many bedrooms they can have in a unit? If you could just, so I'm going to leave it at that. But this is perplexing and vexing to me as to what our legal context for decision making is in that regard before any commissioners or anybody else starts to discuss their preference for number of bedrooms per unit. Thank you.
May I say something here? I think, and I don't want to speak for Commissioner Campanella, but I can speak for myself because I followed up with that question. I think that was an example, and it was not meant to say specifically in this building you should reduce these to 2-bedroom units from 3-bedroom or anything else. It was an example of a means to an end that perhaps the architect could work on to further enhance the property from an aesthetic point of view, at least from where I was coming from, further enhance it from an aesthetic point of view for pedestrians along the street or people looking at the property to soften it. So I wasn't intending to make a claim that they should specifically look at any particular building and reduce it. And I haven't even gotten there yet because we haven't gotten to comments. But more generally, were we in the field, should we want to, as a commission, make a recommendation to the Historic Landmarks Commission that there should perhaps be more landscaping, which is one thing that they said. One way to go about that would be a reduction in a bedroom. And so that's where that came from. But I wasn't trying to be specific, and I think Commissioner Campanella was nodding. It was more an example of can we apply this?
Well, I won't, obviously, I'm not going to try to interpret whatever you or Commissioner Campanella had in mind. I don't see any nexus between an HLC purview and what's going on inside a unit. I'm sorry, that's not in the city charter. It's not in their guidelines for their purview. So to me, this is a very slippery slope, Mr. Vincent, in terms of going outside the bounds of not only what's legally defensible, but what's appropriate in terms of the purview of each of these review boards and commissions on housing. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay. Again, I don't think that's where this discussion was going, and I don't think that was the intent of the discussion, to actually condition it by that specificity. So, Commissioner Higgins, did you have a question or a comment?
Yeah, just a comment about what Commissioner Lodge had said with respect to this discussion, and her example was how do we outside of some sort of nuclear waste, site, come up with justified, rationale to condition the project. I don't, I get it, and thank you for clarifying your point there. But I think if we have, this is part of the problem that I have, and I think we're all struggling with, is we don't have all of the information about the project with which we normally could draw a nexus to an environmental effect or another, a development standard constraint in a situation where there was an absolute and without argument impact on a historic resource, or there was a major traffic impact because one of our intersections was already operating at a poor capacity, or we had a sunlight issue with the neighbor, which I don't think we do. Those are the kinds of things that I think are warranted with respect to that maybe a density condition. So we're all struggling with the same thing because we don't have any of that information here, and maybe that's what Commissioner Schwartz was getting at with our respect to our purview today. It's a little bit more narrow than we're used to, and to get out there in front of a project condition like has been suggested, or as an example, I think is very dangerous.
Commissioner Lodge?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering how this all relates to average unit size. Is this an aspect through which there might be some, well, I don't think the Planning Commission nor does have the ability to say what the average unit size will be, but the ordinance itself provides limits within which, the smaller the average unit size, the more units you can have generally. How does that hold up in view of the Housing Accountability Act?
Madam Chair and Commissioner Lodge, again, the statute, the Housing Accountability Act, talks about residential density. It doesn't speak to the size of the units. And so, yes, the AUD ordinance does mandate maximum sizes for certain residential densities. And so there's the ceiling as to the size of the units. But I don't see anywhere in the Housing Accountability Act that says that the community cannot consider reductions of that size, of the unit sizes, in order to achieve the necessary findings to approve the project. And those would be the compatibility findings that the HLC has to approve. Short of the admonition that if those conditions, if the size of the units or the size of the building essentially precludes the provision of residential units at 63 units per acre as allowed under the AUD ordinance, then you are implicating that would be a reduction of the residential density and would require the findings as specified by the statute. So I think there is some room in there to adjust the size of the building, to require more. Maybe it's landscaping, maybe it's I'm going to leave it to the commission to make your comments regarding compatibility. But I believe there is some room in there to try to achieve more compatibility with the admonition that if you get to a point where you're actually having the effect of essentially reducing the residential density, there are required findings, and so far in the record I haven't heard evidence that would support those findings.
Commissioner Campanella?
Thank you. If I can get back to the historical resources question that I had before, given the reports that we have and the studies that have been done to date, what particular impacts does this project have from that type of evaluation that's negative impacts?
They've not completed that section of the report. So I have not seen the draft, and neither has the HLC, who accepts that evaluates if there's an impact. And it would be to the Secretary of Interior standards. That's what we use. And we have the two standards that are relevant to this project are, that related new construction will not destroy historic materials, features, spatial relationships that characterize the property, and that it will be differentiated from the old and compatible with the historic materials, features, size, scale, and proportion, and massing, to protect the integrity of the property and its environment. So that is what the structures report, when we get it, will go through, and the Historic Landmarks Commission has to agree to that.
Okay, so this is a phase 2.
Yeah, that's the phase 2.
Compatibility findings in phase 2.
Correct.
And this refers to, this evaluates not just the historical resource itself and what you're doing to it on the same lot, but any neighboring properties as well that are proposed for development.
Correct.
For compatibility.
Correct.
So that's the test.
Yes.
So we have a number of compatibility things we spoke about, but the end game, well, an important one to me, is there an impact on historical resources? Because either there is or there isn't,
right.
Which is less, let me say this, less qualitative and discretionary than would be required under these standards. This is getting more to the point.
Yes, it's very specific, and it's a tool we don't have yet. But I think, we don't know. But the spatial relationships, when we move the two Queen Anne's, will be under that evaluation. When they move them and separate them between the modern building, and all that will be in the new analysis. And will
Okay.
inform the HLC.
Now, the landscape, let me say, I hope I get them right, but there's a phase one, there's a landscape, there's looking at clusters, there's motor court defined historically or not. Based upon the information, do we have, on those reports that we have so far, what are the concerns from a historical resource that have been delineated based upon the project that we have before us?
I would think, I think moving the Queen Anne's to the Garden Street side has been found that it will probably be a benefit to the Queen Anne's in the sense that that street has a lot of historic resources, and it'll be facing back and forth between historic resources. So that is very beneficial with the cultural landscape that highlighted that.
On Garden?
Like I said, it still needs to analyze separating them rather than keeping them together in the spatial relationship. And then it will analyze the building to the court as it faces the court, that section. And I think that was we're getting towards a point where, because it's more in the craftsman style, it can relate in the materials and the massing to that court. And that's where they're trying to get. And it took several sessions of design review to get towards that. But that's what they'll be looking at in that report. So those are the major impacts that I...
As far as the main building on the corner, is that creating any, have we seen anything on impact that the main three-story building, 2 and 3-story building is causing?
I have seen the most concerns are the massing, and that the commission has brought up is the size, bulk, and scale with the neighborhood. I think they are working through the design to make sure it meets the EPV standards. That section of the block has already been designed in the very Spanish colonial revival style, so I think the commission will get it to a compatible design. I think they're still struggling back and forth with the mass and scale.
Right, but as far as massing compared to historical resources, is there a particular resource that it's impacting by its mass as proposed?
I don't think a historic resource. I think they were just looking in the neighborhood in general, because the historic resources are all on the other street.
Okay, thank you.
Is that it, Commissioner Campanella?
Thank you.
Okay, great. Commissioner Jordan.
Back to that sort of discussion, I guess, on what the heck we're doing here. As I mentioned earlier, I chased my tail going around in circles chasing the ordinances, and I think obviously what we're still chafing with, well, some of us are chafing, and some of us are probably happy that the land use part of this decision is somewhere else, and it's not with us, but we're forced into land use comments. So I actually looked up the HLC ordinance that sets this up. And I'm paraphrasing, of course, but it says its specific purpose is to communicate effectively between the HLC and the PC regarding consistency between land use making processes, which I read to mean Planning Commission, and design review or historical preservation processes, which I read as HLC. So I intend at least to go kicking and screaming into that process and make comments on land use decisions as a comment or advice to HLC to further study the project. So the last meeting we had on this, at the end of the meeting, I was all excited to get my comments in before we were thrown out of the room. And I think one of the responses was that I was insisting something be done on the project. There's no insistence here. There's 6 of us now, with different opinions on what resonates to each one of us in regards to how the project looks, how it's going to act in the neighborhood, what the consequences are. And I think that's all we're doing, is offering advice to the HLC to further study those. And we should be free to make our comments in that regard.
I agree with that. Mr. Buss, can you put up as long as our comments are made by majority vote, so that's really what we're purposed with today. Okay, Commissioner Schwartz, you have up on your light. I think we need to, let's go to questions and comments, and we obviously our goal is to address by majority vote. So let's start with the first one. I think we have this one.
Madam Chair, are we still in questions, or
Yeah, well,
Would you
no,
like-
I'm going to let you do questions and then, and comments too, but,
Altogether?
okay. So is the project consistent with the goals and policies of the general plan? And then I know another one was any additional majority comments from the PC. That was another one. I'm doing this from the, yeah, and I knew that one was coming up. I was trying to avoid that one, but.
So, Madam Chair, I want to I chatted with you before. I just want to reinforce that my view of comments and advice is not a one-word response, yes or no. That there's adequate time within the structure of voting a majority to also offer our individual comments and advice.
That's my intention.
Okay,
But
thank
I
you.
want to do it by question. That I think that's the best way to do it. So we address one specific question at the time. And which one would you like us to address first, Ms. DeBusk? The general plan one?
Yes, I think that would be best.
I thought that was probably it. So if you would just put that one up, yeah, and put the little bullet points up, please. Great. Okay. So let's talk first and ask your questions. And you can ask questions about anything, that we need to get through this process. But our goal is majority vote. And so I think you wanted to start, Commissioner Schwartz. Did you?
Questions?
Yep,
Yeah,
go
I'm
ahead.
not ready to make comments. I still have more questions.
Okay.
Okay. While we have Ms. Hernandez here, and thank you so much for being here, Ms. Hernandez. Your expertise is invaluable today. And I understand that we don't have reports before us that, unfortunately, I think would help us further comment on historic resource compatibility or sensitivity issues. But I just wanted to ask if you're familiar with the proposed design as it's facing Anapamu. And I don't know if we have a slide that we could put up there. In our package, it's sheet A201. And my question to you, perhaps as we're going to that slide, is given the architectural variety, not only on this block of East Anapamu, but also across the street, the next block over going east, and so forth. I'm wondering if you have any historic resource considerations for us, design considerations, since this is, a departure from what we see on the ground today. Any thoughts for us?
Yeah, I think we, the commission, and as I've sat with them, have all agreed that we think moving the Queen Anne's to Garden Street is a better solution, and having this at Spanish Colonial Revival relates to the street, Anapamu Street, better than what's there, because there's only 2 remaining qualifying historic resources. So we thought that was a good solution for the historic resources and the block, because that block has gone towards a Spanish Colonial Revival style, and it's mandated by the EPV. So it protects those 2 resources by moving them, and they can relate better to the Garden Street resources.
That's very helpful to hear from you. Do you have any? Do you have an opinion about whether this design versus a more, let's all just refer to it as residential facing design, is this an improvement? Would you suggest that we further consider a more residential look and feel facing out to Anapamu, or do you find this to be, in your expertise, compatible and appropriate?
With the Anapamu Street?
I'm looking just at the Anapamu Street, yes.
Yeah, I think, and I've seen the commission working through this. I'll try and speak as what I've seen. They've really tried to get the windows and openings to feel residential. So there's been several iterations that have brought it to that. So you still have this feeling on the street that relates it all back and forth. And I always look at things like when you're a pedestrian, the feeling on the block, and I think you're going to have this nice feeling on the block, which is going to feel like you're in this Spanish Colonial Revival town.
Yes.
which is kind of what the point is of the EPV. And that's really going to be accomplished on Anapamu, I think. And I'm talking details right here. That
Right,
they've been
right, and
working
we don't
through.
have those details, and I'm sure there'll be further refinements that the team will work through with historic landmarks.
Right. I think they have been pulling back off the corner in several reviews so that it's more second story when you face Garden
Can
Street.
we have somebody point to the corner and describe where we're pointing, just for the record, as Madam Chair has pointed out?
Oh yeah,
that's
you can
helpful for
see.
us.
Yeah, you can see how it's come down since the earlier reviews, because when you
The
face
red
Garden
line is
Street,
the previous version or incarnation of them.
because it's really facing the lower buildings across the street on Garden Street, which read like there's a 2-story and then the 1-story cottages. So
This'll
you
help
start
to-
to step it down.
So
And that's-
a more appropriate scale.
So
And
that's-
even though it's not residential, it'll read more, I don't want to put words in your mouth, read more residential. Yes,
Yeah,
okay.
and like the ultimate goal is to have, a really pleasant pedestrian experience as you go through this Spanish style and turn into one of our more arts and crafts and bungalow style streets, and it'll be stepping down into a transition. That's where the commission's been going.
I did notice, Ms. Hernandez, and I had a question for you. As part of our packet for today, there is a reference that the 2 Queen Anne free classic style homes are eligible to be designated as structures of merit, but I guess not as landmarks. Can you just comment on that with the information we have today?
Yeah, they have had some alterations to them, and they are sort of like small residential buildings that really reflect a part of our heritage, but our landmarks are more, I would say, public, pure, like haven't been altered or are going to be restored to be exactly what they were, sort of the untouchable, most important buildings to our community, which end up being things like courthouses and schools and some of the bigger homes that were designed by some of our most prominent architects. And our structures of merit are little gems that still reflect our heritage as a whole, but aren't as individually important.
Okay.
But still warrant protection.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I think for you, Ms. Hernandez, those were my questions. And I think to the applicant team, if I could, I think this is a question for you. Beyond the 2 options as described in the staff report by Ms. DeBusk, the density bonus versus doing a lot line adjustment to split off the 2 cottages, are there any other creative options that are being explored that I'm unaware of and maybe haven't yet been formalized in documents with staff, that whereby the 2 cottages could be saved and used for something else? I don't know what that is, whether it's, I don't know if you need employee housing on the property, whether, for any other purpose, but really to push yourself and say, think outside, even further outside the box, that may require further negotiations with staff, but are very creative solutions possibly to retaining the cottages.
I'm sorry, was the question about...
The question is retaining the 2 cottages, and as I look at the staff report, I'm seeing, an option of density bonus, and now separate from that, option number 2, doing a lot line adjustment, a split off, but then there are all the complications associated with the lot line adjustment, which you began to speak about earlier in the hearing.
Okay, thank you. We haven't dug into options, and I would welcome any communication here in this forum along those lines. I'm open to any gymnastics that would allow that to happen. Those bungalows stay, and we have a 3-story building behind them in the back half of the lot, because we can't put a garage there for reasons already stated.
Right.
And the economic feasibility goes away if those 2 bungalows have to be sold to very low income households.
I understand that.
Yeah.
Well, stay up there if you could, Mr. Reitz. Ms. Hernandez, please remind us, if we don't have in our package or I've missed something, these two bungalows, have they been altered such that they are not, maybe this is a refresher for me, such that they really don't merit any sort of special historic consideration? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, that's what I was remembering.
They've been altered quite a bit. They don't really convey their original appearance, whereas the bungalows towards the front do. They were built at two periods of time, and they've all been subdivided, all the buildings in the court, rather than by one owners.
Yes.
So a lot of our courts have one owner and have all been maintained, and I can think of the one on Sola as the best example. You know, the one off the park, the big bungalow court with these. They're all intact, owned by the same owner. All
Do you mean
rental.
Park East?
Mm-hmm. And so, with all these separate owners, the back two just had some alterations that just don't get it to there. If an owner chose to restore it to its original appearance, you could then reevaluate it to see if it would qualify. But in its current condition, it doesn't. And the Secretary of Interior asks us to look at buildings in their current condition, not a hypothetical condition.
Right. Well, I'll just leave you with a thought, if I could, so I can go on with my questions. I think it's important, Mr. Wrights, to try to find some sort of a compromise solution with the look from East Figueroa, the look up this, I don't even know what we're calling it these days. It's not really it's not a definition of a motor court. It's something else. Yeah, cottage complex. To try to maintain this look without it jeopardizing the rest of the project's feasibility. I don't know what that is. It's not for me to try to do that for you, with you, but I'll put that on the table to maybe go back with your very talented designers and even architectural historian Alex Cole, who's here, I see, as part of the team. So if there's anything else that can be done there, I'm sensing that for members of the neighborhood who were here during our last hearing, that I'm hoping that I don't see them here, perhaps that could assuage some of their concerns and help them find their way to being more supportive. I don't think everybody's going to be completely happy, quite frankly, with any AUD project, the way things go. However, if we're sort of mutually dissatisfied, we mutually have to find compromise, that's probably as good as it's going to get. And so now we see a couple of views, I think Ms. Turner's showing us.
Oh, right.
You know, yeah. So, okay, I'll leave you with that one. That was on my list to talk to you about. I don't know right now that I have, I think I'll go to staff if I could. So I want to, if I could, talk with staff or ask you to talk to me about parking. And I downloaded, just to refresh my memory, what the council has approved on our new access and parking design standards. In the introduction and purpose of our new access and parking design standards, the general plan, it's also a reference to the general plan, includes policy direction to optimize parking resources. So one of our codified priorities and principles, and it comes from a recognition that land is scarce and land is expensive in Santa Barbara, we want to optimize our parking resources and our parking configuration and uses. So I go to item 7 in the new standards, which pertains to our project today, and Mr. Gullett's now here before us, parking lifts and machines. So Mr. Gullett, perhaps you're in the best position with your expertise to elaborate based on the staff report in terms of residential use versus commercial. We have a mix here, and this really also goes back to my question to staff at the outset of the hearing, which is to talk us through a balance, how we balance the 3 different zoning designations that we're looking at for this project and parking needs, parking requirements and parking needs in association with the 3 zones and mixed use, and now how it comes down to parking lifts. So if anything you'd like to add, any additional concerns you'd like to raise, anything at all that would help me, because as I read through this, I have some I have some minor concerns, which I'll air a little bit later, but I'd like to hear from you as an expert on transportation planning.
Chair Wiscombe, Commissioner Schwartz, just backing up a little bit. So this project site is in the Central Business District. And the Central Business District has a single parking requirement for non-residential. So non-residential uses can change out to any other non-residential uses allowed in whatever zone those parcels are in. In this case, it's primarily going to be office. There is financial institution uses as well. What we have in the Central Business District, which is in the downtown core, is ample supply of shared public parking. So this was a decision of city councils in the past to provide this huge investment that's a shared resource, and it makes for efficient land use because different land uses have different parking peaks. So these structures are used throughout the day by different uses. There are monthly passes available in some of our lots too, and part of the thinking in the CBD blanket parking requirement is it's less parking than is required outside of the CBD for non-residential uses.
Right.
So it's primarily clients and patrons of businesses that are parking in the structures and on the streets. So in front of this property, there's managed time parking, and that is geared toward patrons of businesses. There's also residential permit parking, which allows for parking for the residents in that certain area. So one thing we were asking for feedback for this is a unique situation we haven't seen yet in the CBD. So this is requesting the use of parking lifts for an office use. We have seen these for hotel uses.
And residential, we've approved that.
And residential. So several average unit size density incentive program projects have parking lifts for residential, and this does too. So this project has around 6,000 square feet of commercial space. So it's 12 parking spaces for the commercial for that space is what the requirement is. And then the design standards speak to appropriate uses for lifts. So it generally says uses that have long duration. So not like a ice cream shop or a coffee shop.
Yeah, not in-out use,
not
frequent in-out use.
So multiple hours. Again, hotels, we see some medical offices, and other offices can be appropriate too. So it also speaks to valet. So valet is required in some instances, and that's case by case. So here, we expect the uses will be office. 12 spaces are required. 3 of those spaces cannot be in machines. So you have 9 spaces that could be in machines. So office
Does this
users,
project meet that right now? Just excuse me for not remembering that data.
It does not, but I've been in conversation with the applicant team. They understand the standards now and will be
working through that
adjusting
for compliance.
The parking to meet that standard. So with office use, we have both long duration and repeat users. So you have the same users 5 days a week using the lifts. So we do think this could be considered an appropriate use of lifts, and it was something that we were.
So that is your opinion, or that's your position right now as you continue to refine the configuration, shall we call it, with the applicant?
Correct. Just with the knowledge of the parking resources available within 2 blocks of this development for patrons and clients, I wouldn't expect the general public to be parking in this parking lot. So there's 12 spaces, 6,000 square feet. So there's plenty of office staff, people that would be working in these offices day to day. And our downtown parking is geared toward patrons and clients and away from employees. So I would expect employees do that. And we do see similar parking situations up and down Garden Street, up and down Santa Barbara Street, where there's even gates at the property lines. And they're parking garages where maybe you are a patron and visit these offices, but you wouldn't expect to park in those parking garages, and you wouldn't try to park in those parking garages, and I wouldn't expect that here.
Did I hear you mention that medical that you've approved, or there's an intention that it's appropriate use for a medical building? Did I understand that correctly?
So with medical, we do see valet with some of our medical offices in the city. The Sansom clinics have valet parking. So in that kind of circumstance, that's a shorter duration parking situation. But if there is a valet involved, it does make sense. So in the categorical difference there is these are the main parking demand for those are the patients, like going to these medical
Right.
offices. So
That's the short term in out use and need.
right,
of the
and the
parking
non-repeat
resource.
user. So I wouldn't expect anyone going there to figure out how to operate these machines on their own. So there would be a valet required. We haven't had any proposals for that yet.
Sort of
For-
a combination, the
For-
lifts and valet, is that what you're referring to?
For medical office.
Oh, for medical office. Is it possible, since you mentioned valet, and there's a valet section of our new parking standards, is there a potential that staff might recommend, won't be coming back to Planning Commission, so I'm just going to ask it now, some sort of a monitored trigger where if either the parking spaces are all used or there isn't some sort of an easy access, I don't know, how do I put this? Kind of an appropriate or reasonable time duration that a short-term user would have to wait to get their car out, that valet would be required. Not voluntary, but, and I'm not looking to add on additional conditions because I typically don't like to do that. It's just cumbersome, and then it means monitoring and enforcement, and I'm really not in favor of having all of that extra follow-on resource requirement. But we need the system to work. We need it to work for both the longer-term users and the short-term users in this kind of mixed use, especially the commercial needs, where it's not just the employees, I guess, who would be working there, and I don't know where, I'm going to ask you where they park, but the users of the services in the commercial spaces.
So again, this is 12 parking spaces, so I wouldn't expect a valet system to be viable.
No, they're too few spaces, right?
Yeah, too few. So we expect the residents to be able to park in the lifts, and there are a minimum of 3 surface spaces required for the non-residential, including the accessible parking.
That's the 25% that's required in our standards, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So I wouldn't recommend any trigger for a valet in this situation. I think the demand would be high enough for all the commercial parking to be used in the lifts, in those 9 lifts for the commercial.
So it sounds like in general, as you're working through details with the applicant team, you and transportation planning have confidence that assuming certain additional compromises or negotiations with the applicant, that this system could work on a project as currently proposed. Is that, yes?
Yeah, correct.
That's your
and we were
expertise, though.
looking for Planning Commission's input on that
Okay.
as well.
And then on this same subject to the applicant team, I wanted to ask you, again, because unfortunately, in my opinion, this is not coming back to Planning Commission for a full application, full project review. So the system that you're considering, I assume there's a system right? And the number one system you're considering in terms of a parking lift. Couple of questions. First, what about a backup plan for non-functionality of the equipment? You're going to have quite a few individuals, auto owners, using this every day, day and night. So maybe you could, kind of a backup plan to get access to the cars.
Maybe Mark or Melissa have a better recollection of the service availability for repairs to the system. But my recollection from a previous presentation by one of the vendors was that they will have either will or do have a dedicated technician in town or within close proximity of future projects, and that their turnaround for the items that break down frequently is very short. And there's very few parts that actually break. So I don't have specifics on the uptime of the system, but I felt very comfortable that any problem would be resolved. Much like an elevator that breaks down, you've got technicians that are available. Those usually aren't down for very long. So,
well, I guess, and the reason I'm pressing this, and I'm familiar with some of the technology from my relationship with San Francisco and what's going on there, but it's one thing for a small apartment complex with an elevator system that also has stairs, so that
sure.
If one access means doesn't work, you can use the other. But when you're talking about only one way to get your car out,
right.
And now in a project with the number of units that we're talking about here, is you have 54. It's a much larger and much more demanding proposition to ensure that whenever somebody, commercial or residential, wants to get their car out, they can.
Correct.
So that's why I'm.
It's certainly a concern for me, and it will be a concern for future tenants and residents that I will want to make sure that they're comfortable with.
Okay. Just to put that on your radar then. And then, I don't know if this is to staff. I wanted to mention to you, I'm going to talk to you about outdoor living space, and I just wanted to get your confirmation. So I'm looking back at the AUD ordinance, and so item G, this is, where are we? G, outdoor living space. So under the ordinance, for outdoor living space and relative to this project, all projects in commercial zones electing to provide outdoor living space pursuant to the private outdoor living space method specified in subsection A of the municipal code, I won't get into that, and are required to provide both the private outdoor living space specified in the municipal code and the common open area specified, another section of the municipal code. Can somebody point out to me and confirm, I guess it's the applicant team, how this is being satisfied, since we do have part of the project in a commercial zone?
Chair Wiscombe and Commissioner Schwartz, this project is actually using the alternative open yard design, which does not require that same private open yard. So they are providing 15% of the lot area as common open space.
Okay, let me go to just the plans that we have. Is there a specific sheet maybe I could look at? Well, I know, but I also want to look at it here. Okay. Yes, Mr. Kirkhart, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mark Kirkhart, Principal Designer. We do, as was pointed out by staff, we are meeting the open space by the common area open space as opposed to the individual. That gives us more flexibility for the size of the balconies and so forth. But we basically, our space is located in three different areas. We have the courtyard just right off of the Paseo, kind of in the middle of the main building, which is being pointed to right now. Then we have a smaller courtyard behind one of the commercial office spaces, and that building is going to have a fitness room underneath of it, is the idea, so that would actually have an outdoor space for the fitness room, which would be a part of the common amenities for the project. And then we have a third area that's behind the other relocated that is being pointed to right now, that's a large, open, on-grade, open space, landscaped, with the ability to do a lot of trees on, in the ground as opposed to on top of a podium. So, and then we also have a roof deck up on the top of the third level of the main building, which shows right here in this slide. So that is a common area that's open to all the residents of the project as well. So we really have it in 4 different areas, so it's kind of distributed throughout the project. And some units also have private decks. Some of the smaller units, like the studios, just have like a Juliet balcony or the ability to get fresh air and so forth, but not an actual open space to live on. So that's how we're meeting the open space.
Mr. Kirkhart, the open space outside I want to focus, if I could ask you to focus on 2 areas. The space outside the fitness room area and the deck are amenities that I want to raise with you, and this is probably the most sensitive line of questioning I'm going to have, because it goes to the attractiveness of the rentals. And though I am not a housing developer, I have enough experience with it, with the topic and the field, and having lived in high rises myself in other cities. Tell me if you would agree with what an assertion I'm about to make, that the more amenities you provide, you can command a higher rental. Okay.
I think that's probably true.
Would you agree?
Sure.
So I want to ask you then to consider that as it pertains to an important goal of the AUD program in terms of workforce housing. And if you don't want to comment today, you can just ponder this as you go back to HLC and work with staff. But I've thought a lot from the very beginning of the program's implementation and the first project, the MARC, that has gotten a lot of attention, and every other project we've approved since. And I'm asking now that property owner, investors, developers really think carefully about that sweet spot, that balance between building attractive, high quality rental housing that's not at the top of the market in the open market, that will help us with the missing middle. Okay? And my concern is, so I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I'm slipping into a comment here. I'm going to leave you with this, Mr. Kirkhart and team. And because this will not return to Planning Commission, please revisit the totality of amenities, however you define them, on this project that you think that will require you to increase the rents, especially in the larger units. I'm asking you to revisit that. Okay.
We'll take that into consideration.
Thank you. Okay. I think I just have a couple of other questions at this point. As you can tell, I'm teeing things up for next Thursday. Okay, I've asked you about parking. Oh, I had one other question. I think I did have a question for you in terms of the mix of the units. Not bedrooms, the mix of units in general. Is there any new market research that you've done or experience you have with rental housing development elsewhere that prompts you to propose this mix, the 15 studios, 9 one-bedrooms, 24 2, and 4 3-bedroom units, as a good mix for our community? And especially, again, you're coming under the AUD program in terms of workforce, the variety of workforce, everybody in our workforce, housing.
It's not very scientific, I'm afraid.
Shoot, that was not the answer.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's some science to it, but the reality is that the project has gone from an AUD project at an average of 811 square feet down to one that's 751 square feet. So 60 square feet have been squeezed out of every unit in the project, and we lost over 6,000 square feet through the process of working through it with HLC. So that mix wasn't maybe the optimal mix, but was in response to making the project smaller to a great degree. So we have a lot more studios than I would say might be appropriate. On the other hand, studio is more affordable, so we have a broader range of income levels that we're addressing. So whether that was by design or not, you know, we've got a broader range than we started with, and we have more studios than we started with. We did. You know, had more one bedrooms and and the like. I would say that one thing that was a goal was to have mostly 2 bedrooms, and the reason for that is because of the flexibility of those types of units. A 2-bedroom, 2-bath can be shared between 2 renters much more easily than a 2-bedroom, 1-bath, or obviously a 1-bedroom, and so 2 incomes go to 1 rent, and it really increases the affordability. So what ideally we would have here is all 2 plus 2s in my mind, and that would be the most affordable way to deliver housing.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Vincent, if at some point, so this is in the priority housing overlay, and I'm looking back at the AUD ordinance. So within the priority housing overlay, an applicant has the possibility of anywhere from ranging from 37 units per acre to 63. This project has come in under 63. What if in the course of both working through compromise with HLC and staff, there's a reduction from the 63? Is it as long as they remain within the 37? Everything else is, how do I want to put this, is this supportable? As opposed to, let's say this goes forward at 63 units per acre, it gets approved, it gets constructed, and for a number of reasons, the owner cannot rent or has too many vacancies for prolonged periods of time for some of the units that the market really doesn't want. So what about combining the units to make more 2 bedrooms? Does this jeopardize? I mean, we haven't faced this yet. I'm just anticipating, since we don't, it's a bit of a swag as to what the unit mix is.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Schwartz, let's try to work on this project first before, and I mean,
well, this may come up when we talk about the entire program, but anyway.
I mean, I can't deal with hypotheticals that are beyond the approval, the construction, and then the market changes. That's every developer goes into a project with that concern. Every buyer of anything other than a single-family home that's going to be occupied by the owner goes through that concern. That they're going to end up laying out capital and it doesn't pan out. Where the first part of your hypothetical, you had 3 parts, I think. I'm trying to remember them. If this project goes through, it was proposed at 63 units per acre.
Right.
It was proposed originally at 811 square feet as an average unit size. It has been reduced to this point with the plans that are presented to you now, but it's still 63 units per acre. As far as my advice regarding the Housing Accountability Act, without more information of understanding how we got from the 811 to 750, thank you. I think that's still within the realm of, we haven't reduced the unit. We haven't reduced the residential density. But, and so that could, as your hypothetical went on and said, can we approve that? And if we approve that, are we okay? My answer would be yes, with that set of facts. As far as what happens next, whether or not the market wants these units or not, I don't see the Housing Accountability Act speaking to that issue.
Okay.
And if the applicant then wanted to voluntarily come back and do something different, we'd evaluate it on what they can do.
Okay, I think I'll research some more with you leading up to next week. Okay, so let me just see if I've left, I don't think I've left any other topics open at this point. I think that's it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Schwartz. Ms. DeBusk, could you put back up our first line of business? Here we go. Okay. Okay. So this is our first consideration. I think we need to address this and give our comments on it and see if we can, our goal here today is to give our majority comments to the Historic Landmarks Commission. And first one is on the goals and policies of the general plan. And I think staff's done a great job with kind of the questions and how we answer them. And so I don't know if you want to just go down the line and down our line and just tackle it. Are you game, Commissioner Higgins?
Let's do it.
You want to be up to bat first.
So the first
Okay.
right location? We're commenting on right location?
We're commenting on, is the project consistent with the goals and policies of the general plan with the goal to get a majority vote?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm with the yes. My color commentary is just, not that colorful really. It's some of these general plan policies are in front of us. Location of LG6, location of residential growth. Encourage, and we see the word encourage quite a bit in our general plan policies. And I'll just say with color, I don't find some of these comments or procedures giving me any level of comfort with characterizing this as encouraging for an applicant that comes to the city to go through something like this, only to be faced with shaving units, potentially price restricting them, adding more parking, et cetera, when we're doing exactly, or at least they're doing exactly what I think is asked for them in the general plan and these policies. Again, LG6 is encourage new residential units in multifamily and commercial areas of the city, with the highest densities located in the downtown area, et cetera, La Cumbre. So I don't know how to answer the mix, but that to me just begs the question that Commissioner Jordan was getting at with respect to bedroom count and parking, so I don't want to go there. Ensure respectful, compatible development is, from what I've heard today, I think that's in the hands of the HLC. To vet that definition. So we have pursue adaptive reuse, which is arguably happening here with the relocation of some of those buildings. Lastly, the one that really is, I think, appropriate is 8.5 in our circulation element. The city shall promote, facilitate the development of housing to decrease the need for parking through an increased walking, biking population that lives, works, and shops in the downtown. So I don't know how else to do that other than to mandate that the applicant also find jobs for people in the product. I mean, I don't mean to be glib, but I don't know how else we're with our regular tools as a local agency we're supposed to implement that. So I'll leave it at that for now.
Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. Commissioner Jordan.
My short answer to the top question is no. While the project accurately fills the square hole in the box of 63 dwelling units per acre with a project that meets that density, I find no evidence presented that it meets the goals of the AUD program. One of which I'll read right from the city's website, and that's to provide housing opportunities to the city's workforce. There's nothing that's been presented that shows that this project will do that, and there's adequate anecdotal and discussion information over the past year and a half that shows that it's actually not doing so. To continue to say that 63 dwelling units per acre is the only thing that pencils out, not 60, not 50, not 55, I think is ludicrous without documentation that shows otherwise. I also didn't drag Mr. Gullett through my 30 questions on parking, but I would also maintain that it doesn't meet the parking guidelines. When Mr. Gullett correctly reminded me last meeting that council's ordinance adoption was a requirement of one parking space per unit, I would maintain that the use of stackers is not the equivalent to one parking space. A standard parking space outside has a length and a width and an unlimited height. If you put it as a tuck under, you still have a 6.5 foot height. By the time you get to a stacker, you run distinctly afoul of lift systems that must demonstrate the ability to accommodate a range of vehicle sizes to ensure viability. I read the viability as viability to the user, not viability to the project. So for those two reasons, I would say no.
Okay. Commissioner Lodge.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. My answer to that one, the first bullet, is yes and no. It is the right location for this type of development. It is, it seems to be, I'm not convinced one way or the other whether it's providing the right mix of residential, non-residential. I'd prefer to see all residential. Is it the right type of housing? That says affordable SRO family units? No. Because we know that they are not affordable to workforce incomes. Is the housing unit size mix and mix appropriate? I'm not in a position to judge that. And I have to agree with the housing for the HLC, which has consistently said that they do not find it compatible to the surrounding historic resources and size, bulk, and scale. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. Commissioner Campanella.
Thank you. Going down the list, let me just back up a second on the project itself. The ability to put parking underground reduces the project by a floor. Okay, if we're talking size, bulk, and scale. So they're incurring the cost to produce a 3-story building versus parking on the first level and 3 stories of residence on top, which projects in other locations may not be able to facilitate that. So they've reduced their project by a floor. You don't see the parking, whether it's surface or whatever. And then it's also making it more livable on the first floor because you're not backing up to a parking garage for any units or commercial property. Okay, you've got a lot of flexibility on that first floor, considering if down the line you have to do so for some reason that you are impinging upon a historical resource, there is some commercial property that perhaps can be redesigned to create a studio. And I'm not violating any law. I think if I talk about some commercial square footage, it might be a little more flexible with, if in fact you have an unsolvable situation relative to negatively impacting a historical resource. So it's 3 stories, 2 around the perimeter, okay, to blend in. And the density itself is down about 7% from what could be there on a square footage size. They actually, I think previously had no studios, is that correct, at the beginning? And created 15 studios, taking them out of a 1-bedroom. And if we're talking about costs for people to rent, the 2-bedroom, 2-bath can be shared. And someday, you weren't here before, we'll get some results from the MARC showing who's in those units, which we're supposed to find out, and whether in fact the income levels of those people or where they work or how they work is being supported and helped by the fact that they can share, still have their own bedroom and bathroom, but have a living space, and be able to reduce the cost of the rent because they're dividing by 2. As far as studios, First indications from 604 East Coda Street is they've been successful in leasing those at from 1,500 to 1,900. And that's, that's sort of the market. But the findings, I think, are to be determined. But first indications are that they're attracting the type of people that we want to get attracted into the units, downtown workers. I don't see this would be any different if, in fact, you can make it work financially with this new mix. And after having reduced to the floor, hopefully you can get those same type of people. If you go past 604, there's more bikes stacked up than there are cars. Okay, you'll see a lot of bikes, overabundance of bikes stacked up behind that building. I think this would be sort of like the same proximity that we're talking about, close to it. So the other item is, if I can, what is it, 226, I think? 226 is being torn down, right? Did I get that right, the address? The 226 building is being removed. That lot itself was in our opportunity sites in our housing element of our general plan because of the parking lot, as is the building to just next to it because it has a parking lot. So, and that's just in general, where there are parking lots that could be a higher intensity use. This was so identified. The other lots that you're building on were not because they had buildings on them, but now some of the reshuffling that you're doing on the corner is allowing that to be built, the larger building. So I don't know how, unless there is a confrontation or a conflict with a historical resource which needs changes, I don't know how it's not consistent with the goals and policies of the general plan. We had a project before you that was workforce up to 240% of median income. I think if you're working here, you're part of the workforce. To start defining certain incomes is that all we expect from a specific project, I think that's a slippery slope because we're trying to provide housing for all income levels in our city, and workforce is broadly defined. We want people who work here to stay here and contribute to the community. Unit size and mix, I think you are where you are, and the market will show that, but I think there's demands for all type of product right now in rentals. And just to remind everybody, when we talk expenses as opposed to the cost of rental units do not require a down payment. Okay, we had 809 applicants for estancia that would have to put 10% down, 5% down, 20% down, up to 160% of median income. When you're looking at costs, look who has $100,000 or $200,000 to live here. Okay, so that's why I would say that rental is a priority and it's the first one on your list of priority projects. You have to look at the all-in cost and the resources that people have to live here as well. So I say yes to the consistent with goals and policies of the general plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Campanella. Commissioner Schwartz?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I go down the line here and give my majority comments, I would like to say that I think there's a disadvantage to the commission, frankly to some applicants, whether or not you might see it as such, and to the community as a whole, that the Planning Commission does not have every single AUD project come to us for a full evaluation and a full vote. I hope this goes back to the City Council for reconsideration, but I think today is an example of where we collectively get short shrift in looking at a final proposed project in all of its permutations by the land use decision-making body in the city, and that is the Planning Commission. It's not just design, it's not the political body, which is the council, but this body. So I feel there's, it's unfortunate. Having said that, now I'm going to get to the tasks at hand. So number one, so is the project consistent with goals, policies of the general plan? Is this the right location for this type of development? Yes, it is. It's not only called out in our map of the AUD, which was vetted and approved by the City Council, but we have a number of general plan provisions in one or more of the 5 elements that are in our staff report. And let me say that I think it's important as a community that we ask ourselves to be rational and reasonable about location for rental housing development. We've heard complaints and concerns about this type of development outside of the central business district, in the neighborhoods, let's say the outlying neighborhoods, and even in some of the more quasi-suburban areas of our community. And then we also have the same complaints as we move towards the central business district. We cannot I hope this doesn't sound too harsh when I say, or sharp-tongued, we can't have it all ways. We need housing. We need the supply. We need rental housing. We have limited land and 90% built-out city. It's got to be developed and constructed somewhere. And so we say we don't want it there. We say we don't want it here. It's a non-winning proposition to take that position. So I say, let's find the balance. Let's compromise together and collectively make some rational decisions about where we are willing to put more rental housing. And I think this location is actually ideal in that regard. There will be no perfect location because we just don't have that kind of empty real estate mass in the city. Now, getting to the next one is the development providing the right mix. That's why I asked Mr. Kirkhart to help me understand this. We have, first let me go to non-residential. I think if all of these structures were sort of being scraped clean and we were starting from new, maybe we'd have a different conversation around it being mixed use. Commissioner Lodge has pointed out, and here I agree with her, and I've expressed this before, I would always side with more residential. I think those of you who know me know I'm a strong housing advocate. We need more housing supply. So when all is said and done, I'd like to see more housing developed than non-residential or commercial. However, we have an obligation to be sensitive to the replacement of the existing commercial, especially that is on this corner. The applicant, property owner, has been sensitive to the replacement, right of first refusal, I heard from the property owner, for those commercial lessees who are there to return if they so choose. If we just, not we, if the property owner just kicked out those commercial tenants, I think there'd be a hue and cry over that. So again, we're trying to balance. And so we're talking about some existing replacement and some new. There again, there are tensions, but I think as proposed from what we know today, I think it is the right mix, and only the property owner investor will know over time, speaking of mix of residential, whether or not the unit mix makes sense for the demand in this community, which is why I asked some of those other questions. Is this the right type of housing, affordable SRO family units? That its rental is essential, in my opinion, given that we have 61% of our residents in the city of Santa Barbara as renters, that we have a housing shortage. It's still a housing crisis, in my opinion. Now, this term affordable, to me, this says capital A affordable. I don't know if staff intended it to be capital A, which is subsidized affordable, versus small a affordable. This is this ongoing vexing term that I almost wish we could just, and Mr. Vincent, just let us set that aside and use some new vernacular to talk about housing, because to me we keep beating ourselves about the head with whether or not we're getting affordable housing. It's workforce housing, and we have a wide range of those who are working in our community. All of us in this room, actually, well, I don't know if we're all still working, but for those who are, we work in various sectors, and we have various incomes, and we have various housing needs, whether we're raising families or we're empty nesters or we're living alone. The workforce is not just one demographic. That's important to keep in mind when we ask if this is the right type of housing. So now I'm going to go, Mr. Kirkhart, to my comment and my plea really to the applicant team in looking at amenities. I mentioned when Alan Bleeker brought the 711 North Milton project to us, my plea was the same. Please strip this down. I don't know, that's not a technical term, it's my term. Please strip this AUD project down to the nicest but simplest, least amenity-rich project, because I know it's going to translate to higher rents. I don't want to support something that translates to higher rents. We already have plenty of high-end housing, both for sale and for rent, in the larger Santa Barbara community. And I don't want to support anything that furthers that. So I have a qualified yes to this. I'm still going to, because I won't see the final application, I won't see the final design, which to me puts me in a quandary about how to answer this. So it's a qualified yes, and I'm just going to follow it along from a distance to see if we actually get the right type of housing that I think many of us intended, who were on this commission as I was, when we put forward the recommendations on the general plan and the AUD program, and in discussions with council members Hotchkiss, Francisco, and White when this program came about. Next one, is the housing unit size and mix appropriate? I asked that question. I don't know, and I don't think the property owner knows until it all goes up and we see if there's a demand. And then if you can get rents, if you can drive towards rents that actually are attractive to and attractive to and are desired by the workforce, the general workforce. If I want to pause for a minute. I recently ran into the property management company that's going to be handling the Arlington Village, and I had a conversation with her, with the CEO of that company. What I want to share with you, even though that was a private conversation, doesn't matter, it's about Arlington Village, which is going to, by the way, going to be on the architecture tour in October. You could go the highest end possible. We know that. You can make these as attractive and as amenity rich and price them at the highest possible. And I'm just asking you, as a resident and as an investor and as a responsible developer, property owner in our community, to please find it within yourself and your economic model to not go as high as you can. I can't do anything else other than to ask you that. And the reason I'm asking you that is not only because of the community need for rental housing in this bandwidth kind of a sweet spot. We can all argue what the sweet spot is, but I don't want to see further tension created. So Mr. Vincent's probably going to cut me off soon. I don't want to see further community tension created on any single AUD project or beyond, because we've overshot. We collectively have overshot the reasonableness of what we build and for whom. I hope I'm being clear. I'm happy to have private conversations with anybody who wants to talk with me more about it, but I think about it every single day. I know that sounds like, don't you have a life, Deborah? I do. But this is so important. Housing is one of the most important policies and topics for our community. Okay, now let me go to the last one. Is the development respectful and compatible with the surrounding historic resources? Well, I think, even though it took you, 7 hearings at HLC thus far, excuse me, just getting over a cold, and with Mr. Shields as the very talented designer, I think you're well on your way, and I hope HLC feels this way, to working with you to design a respectful, compatible, beautiful mixed-use project. And as we heard from Ms. Hernandez, and I greatly respect her expertise in historic resource consideration, that I think there is an approvable project regarding this. There's a way to get to yes. I know HLC will do more work with you and with Ms. Hernandez's input, I'm sure. Compatibility, my, oh my, this comes up every single housing project, the Planning Commission, other projects too that we look at. And I think until we develop more clear, tight definitions for compatibility for our review boards, our design boards, our decision-making boards, it'll continue to be a one-off, case-by-case, whoever is in the decision-making seat's decision, and to me that is problematic. So I'm not saying, of course, that making findings of compatibility in general are not important. Of course they are. We all care deeply about the quality of life in Santa Barbara and the aesthetics of everything in the built environment that gets added, that gets changed in our built environment. But these words, harmoniously, desirable, distinctive, immediate neighborhood, they're not defined, and so they're so highly subjective and qualitative to me that they end up becoming problematic, and I think each project becomes a referendum for what every individual decision maker decides these words mean and how they're defined on every single project. And to me, that is not sound community planning. It's not good community planning. And it is also not fair to those who have the patience and the persistence and the financial commitment to actually provide housing in our community. And lastly, thank you, Madam Chair, for your indulgence. I just want to remind us all, nobody needs or is being forced to develop housing and provide housing in Santa Barbara. They could go elsewhere. They don't have to give us any more housing, and we could have an ongoing deteriorating housing stock. So I say, let's roll up our sleeves, let's work together instead of creating more tension and, who's bad, who's right, who's not doing their jobs properly. I say, let's all work together to find some compromise, common sense policies and guidelines and programs that help us together provide true incentive, whatever happens with the AUD program going forward, a real incentive to encourage property owner, investor, developers to come forward that also meets the community needs. And I want to end by saying I personally am confident, whether I'm still on the commission or not, that we can do this. We're an incredible community. And I'm not just saying this because I'm coming out of a really bad cold and I'm more emotional than I otherwise would be. Thank you for your patience, and those are my final comments.
Piers, your voice came back pretty nicely. Thank you, Commissioner Schwartz. Okay, I'll keep my comments brief. I think the staff memorandum said it best. When we're talking about is the project consistent with the goals and policies of the general plan, and I think Commissioner Higgins alluded to it. The general plan is a wide range of competing interests and policies. So, and the question they ask is, does the project frustrate the general plan's goals and policies? And I can't use that word. I think, so just going down the list, is it the right location for this type of development? Yes, it is. It's CBD, and yes, it is the right location. Is the development providing the right mix of residential and non-residential uses? I like Commissioner Lodge. I would like more residential and less commercial, but I think, it's a return on investment. It's a decision. I think it was Commissioner Schwartz who made the comment that, we'd be screaming if some of the commercial went away. So, I think that's really a developer's decision to find the right mix. Is this the right type of housing? The applicants talked about the right type of housing would be 2-bedroom, 2-bath. That would be the ideal type of housing. I can't comment on that more than to say, again, I think I like the fact that it's in 5 different buildings. I think that's very appropriate. There's other things that I like about the project. There's things I really don't like about the project, but we'll get to those when we get to the next question. But so we're providing 52 more units to the housing stock in Santa Barbara, and I think that's important. And is the housing unit size and mix appropriate? Again, that goes back to, well, maybe if it were all 2-bedroom, 2-bath, that would be more appropriate because that would be able to, but that's probably not going to be possible on this site, given that you've been through 7 HLC meetings so far, and I do commend you for reducing the project, particularly the height of the project. And is the development respectful and compatible with surrounding historic resources? I think that's a very difficult question for this commission to address at this point. We don't have the Phase 2 report. So I think it would be, what I've seen so far is respectful. I think that the relocation of the two bungalow units onto Garden Street, as Ms. Hernandez talked about, is a respectful decision, and I think that will be better. I think that not to get in too much into the design of the building, but there was a lot of talk about the spine of the building, and you don't really see the big long spine of the building when from the Garden Street, because you see the historic units. So, and I think that's really important, to being respectful to the historic units while still providing 52 new housing units. So I'm kind of yay and nay. We talked a lot about parking. I'm hoping there's 52 covered bike parking spaces on the site. No one really has mentioned much about transportation, but I know that there were slides shown at the previous presentation that showed how close this is to transit stops, and there was even a diagram, I think, of how you get to Ralph's on a bus. So you can go pick up your groceries on a bus and come back. So I think those things make this appropriate in terms of location, and hopefully people will have 0 to 1 car and not 2. So I have to say, in the end, is the project consistent with the goals and policies of the general plan? It certainly doesn't frustrate the general plan, and we do have competing interests and policies. I think that's important to note, but I think in general, my answer would be yes. So I think what we'll do is do a roll call vote. Commissioner Higgins, did you have something else to say?
Was there a second slide for more questions, or is this it?
No, there's more. There's another.
Okay,
we're going to get into height, bulk, and scale, one of our favorite subjects. But okay. So let's Ms. Gu, would you just do a roll call vote? So we're voting on, is the project consistent with the goals and policies of the general plan?
Okay.
Thank you.
Here we go. Higgins?
Yes.
Jordan?
No.
Wiscombe?
Yes.
Lodge?
No.
Campanella?
Yes.
Schwartz?
Yes.
The ayes have it.
Thank you, Ms. Gu. Okay, so that is a 4-2 vote for consistency with the goals and policies of the general plan. Okay, round 2, Ms. DeBusk, you're up. Oh, here we are. Yay. Size, mass, bulk, scale, and height. Okay, so let's go down the line. Let's start this round with, Commissioner Higgins, you want to start again?
Sure.
Okay, go ahead.
But before I do, sorry to ask, this is the last slide with questions, or there's more? I want to make sure I add my color commentary into the right question. Okay, thank you.
So
I'll
the
use
next
that
one is any additional
Okay, all right.
majority comments.
Yeah, I guess I could.
Excuse me, we're not commenting on the parking that was in the original staff report, I think. You had asked us to comment on parking?
That would be in the additional comments.
There it is. Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just wanted to make sure that was up there. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, I think it is, and I'm sensitive to how applicants can go into a process asking for a lot, and the relative nature of how it's been downsized doesn't really work for me necessarily here. So the exhibits, I think, that you have are, they're making a point, but I don't think that the point that is the most salient is relativity to the other buildings there, not where you started from. So if you understand what I'm saying, your exhibits are showing how you've progressed in terms of decreasing from your original. I don't buy that. Okay, I just that's a standard operating procedure for an exacting process like this. I understand it, but I think the more salient argument that you'll have to make is in relation to what's else is out there. But just a commentary on how some of the public commenters and maybe neighbors are relying on the Manhattanization of the neighborhood. I just don't think that's an appropriate. You're free to say whatever you want to get some attention, but I just don't get that. I was just in Manhattan. The average number of stories in Manhattan is 18. So we're taking what was there and raising it 10 or 15 feet in some cases. I think that's probably not an argument that's going to get you very far with this commissioner. Not that that's relevant, but I don't know if that's a productive place to land with HLC members. It's a compatibility argument, not a height increase. There was a gentleman that was here in the last hearing that I believe made a comment that was all at the maximum height level, and I don't think that's factually accurate at all. So anyway, I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Commissioner Jordan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as quickly as the bride's side welcomed me onto their side, they're now going to throw me back off to the groom's side. So I can answer this, yes. I don't have a problem with the volume of the building itself. Obviously, I have a problem prior to that just on the consequences of the uses of it. But I don't think it's out of place with the surroundings. I like the building separations and the paseos. I was particularly taken with Bill Mahan's narrative on how the front corner is higher to put the mass up there and then allow the building to come down to not overwhelm either the cottages that you're relocating or the cottages that are on the other side of the street, and how you actually finagled, or you're hoping to finagle, which I would support too, the multiple architectural styles on one project to make it look one way on the front and blend in, and then by the time you turn the corner to have it look a different way and blend in. I think those are all great things. It's just a yes. I guess I'll toss in my comment in this particular spot about the discussion on those two cottages and the result of that action possibly raising that end of the building, the south end of the building, to 3 stories. Personally, I would rather see you get those 2 cottages back, but keep the stories there at 2. So that's just, I don't think it's a fair trade. That's just me. I don't think it's a fair trade to burden those cottages with having 3 stories looming over them rather than 2 as a result of that action. So I'd like to see you find some kind of way to get those cottages back, get the approvals that you need to do that without the parking or the garage, and as part of that horse trading, just commit still to having 2 stories back there rather than 3. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Jordan. Commissioner Lodge, or do you want me to go to?
That's okay. I'm still uncomfortable with the size, mass, bulk, and scale and height. I'm looking at these. Well, at least I wasn't able to be there when the story poles were up, but I did look at the photographs, and it's a big. Although it's been broken up, and I really appreciate that into the different buildings, separate buildings, and the different styles. And I don't have any problem with the styles, although the very dark color on the middle building seems inappropriate. But I still think that you might be able to somehow reduce the mass of the building, which is what I would like to see. I'm done.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. Commissioner Campanella.
Yeah, I'm comfortable, given discussions we had on what historical resources that are not impacted, given the studies that we have to date. We'll see what happens when we get to phase 2. Concerned about the cottages. I think, the corner is fine. I mean, we have a number of buildings in town right now that are going through the process approved with the Spanish colonial revival on the corner. Okay, And so this is in keeping with the city. I think 2 stories going to 3 has it blend in pretty well too at that corner. And then the breaking up of the other buildings, I think is fine. Screening by historical resources buildings where they face the other side of the street and actually create a neighborhood versus what could go there on those lots. As we see an example of a taller building, 3-story building going up facing the cluster of historical resources, the street, we're alleviating that. They're alleviating that by making that more in keeping. And I think there's trade-offs, but I think the ability to keep the 3 units across the street in context better is a big deal. And I think developers in a couple of other cases are doing that around on projects right now too. They're relocating buildings at the request of HLC, and I think everybody's coming out better for that. Better project and better concern about the historical resource surroundings. So we'll see what happens so I'm in favor of the size, bulk, and scale. Fits in with the neighborhood. This is an office commercial zone, which is supposed to be a transition, which it is. I mean, everything here is commercial use right now. It's not high intensity like downtown would be for commercial. We have a police station. We don't know what's going to happen to that, but I don't think it's going to be cottages if it gets torn down. It's going to have some other use as well. So, and I don't know if it's going to be residential or some type of other use there in that particular facility. So I think it's a good gradual point. It's interblended. Only concern would be on the 2 cottages that are owned. And based on the Phase 2 report that comes out, perhaps some adjustments would have to be made. And I think they have some flexibility over at the commercial area, which possibly another studio could fit in or something like that if they're forced to make some changes due to the Phase 2 report. So I think in the end, it's going to come out blending in, and the important thing is blending in with the historical resources that we're concerned about. And I'm glad we're getting all of these reports because we have a quantitative way and a substantiated way and a regulatory way and a traditional way and to really objectively say whether something's impacting historical resources or not. And I'm really glad we go through all of this detail and get these reports. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Campanella. Commissioner Schwartz?
So to this first question, I'm going to give a qualified yes. And one comment that I didn't make that I'd like to make now is, and the applicant team can correct me if I'm wrong in my understanding of the pop-up, I guess it would be considered, I don't know if this is considered a pop-up 4th story. I always get confused as to how to refer to the portion of the Anapamu facing structure that allows for rooftop access. And I believe I asked in the last hearing whether or not this was necessary for mechanical equipment, or I was trying to understand the need for it. While I personally am not uncomfortable with that, I'm also looking at how to assist the project in becoming approvable, in the viability, the long-term viability of getting the votes you need to support approval. And then it goes back to amenities, which I've already talked about in depth. So I question the importance, the need for that portion of the height of the building if it is only to provide the rooftop amenity. I'll leave you with that. What I do think has come a long way, and where you do have my support, is I've watched all of the HLC hearings, all of them. I think it's our duty to do this in being prepared and being informed decision makers on one of, again, the most complex AUD project that's come before us. So between HLC comments, and I know you have some, I don't know if there are miles to go, however much farther you have to go with HLC to get a majority approval there, but also with Ms. Hernandez's expertise and, again, the talents of Mr. Shields in breaking up the number of buildings, the architectural style, and whether we're talking about the Anapamu face of the project or Garden Street, I think it's well on its way to being a very tastefully designed, properly scaled size with the zoning, with what's allowed, which is by, I don't know if I should say this, Mr. Vincent, I don't know if it's by right allowance, but you're allowed to build, up to a certain scale on these parcels. And having said that, I think with all of these experts involved helping you shape it and your own talent on the team, I think you're going to get there to get a solid yes, at least, if I were in the decision-making seat. Now, on parking machines, and Madam Chair, I did not hear, you want to go back to that afterwards?
We'll go to that,
Okay.
yeah, after.
So I've already
yeah.
talked about location and neighborhood, as Commissioner Campanella has referenced, and I also mentioned earlier that there are 3 different zoning designations that span these 8 properties, these 8 parcels. This is a transitional neighborhood. And we have both commercial and residential. And I think we're going to see more of this mixed use. We already have other mixed use AUD projects that haven't yet been constructed. Those will go up. And so I think it's well on its way to being the right mass bulk scale height design project on the parcels. And then lastly, regarding the cottages, and I asked the property owner, to maybe go back and really think outside the box if there's anything else you could do, and then with staff's support with the 2 cottages. Let me just say regarding that, I'm not someone who always supports retaining aging structures no matter what, no matter what the cost is, because that's not realistic. That's not fair and that's not realistic. But where there's a reasonable, creative solution in retaining some of our older, still in functional use, maybe with some rehab, charming residential structures in particular, I really want to see us do that. We've already had some that have been lost, and once they're lost, we can't recreate them, and trying to replicate the architecture from back then, it's not the same, and I know the architects can appreciate that. So with that, that's bullet 1. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Schwartz. Ms. Scalardi?
Yes, Commissioner Wiscombe. I just want to clarify for the record, there's only one zoning designation. The zoning designation is OR, the office restricted. All the parcels have that one zone designation. There's different tiers of density allowed under the average unit density, but it's only one zone.
Okay, I'm reading from our documentation that we received. Maybe I'm misunderstanding this. The 8 parcels have a zoning classification of OR. Oh, I see you're saying zoning versus general planned land use designations. Got it. Thank you very much for that nuanced explanation. It's very, very important and very helpful. Thank you, Ms. Galarte.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Galarte. I was a little bit confused by that too, and I thought, did I miss that we have, So, okay. So, is the size, mass, bulk, scale, and height appropriate for the location and neighborhood? One of my favorite topics. I think that I would be a qualified yes. I want to get to additional majority comments because I have a lot, well, not a lot, but I have something to say about the landscaping. And I think HLC probably has more to say about the landscaping too. But I think that the breaking up the buildings into 5 is great. I like the moving the bungalows to the Garden Street side is fantastic. The spine I think works very well because it's basically back there where not right in your face. Commissioner Mahan made some really interesting points, and that's that probably the mass and bulk of the building is right on the corner of Anapamu and Garden, and you're facing Villa Santa Barbara, the Methodist Church, you've got the DA's office. So you've got a lot of buildings right there that really, I think that's the appropriate place for the big mass. And let me see what else I have to say. I think that the height is okay. I'm okay with the 4-story because I think your open space, 33% of your required open space is on the roof, isn't it? That's, I think, what I got from the last meeting, that it was about, I think that's what Phil Suting said, was about 33% was on the roof. So, and is the required open space do they have the minimum required, Ms. DeBusk?
Yes, they do. They have 15%.
Okay, so they have the required minimum. Okay, and not 1 square foot more. Okay.
They have a couple square feet more.
Yeah, okay.
Not a full percentage.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Well, I was being, So I think when Commissioner Mahan talked about you need to look at the whole area and what's there. It is a mixed architectural bag, and I really appreciate the fact that I think that the multiple architectural styles that you've transitioned to as you make your way around the site are respectful of, as much as they can be, of the surroundings and surrounding existing structures, and also will create interest and really break up the mass. So I will definitely vote yes on that. So why don't we do a roll call on that, Ms. Gu, if you would, please. Thank you. Commissioner Jordan has something to say. Oh, you're getting your light on to vote. Okay, well, you have to wait for your name to be called. We're getting punch drunk up here.
Here we go. Commissioner Higgins?
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan?
Yes.
Chair Wiscombe?
Yes.
Vice Chair Lodge?
Okay, yes.
Commissioner Campanella?
Yes.
Commissioner Schwartz?
Yes.
The ayes have it.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's probably the one item where I thought we'd really be split. It was a majority. I mean, it was a unanimous. It's amazing. Okay, so let's go to the parking machines first, and then any additional comments, because any additional comments have to be majority vote again, and I really am going to push for a little more landscaping recommendation. But so let's do parking machines first. Okay? Is that, Go down the line on parking machines.
Madam Chair, I'd like to, I need to leave at 5, so I was wondering if you'd indulge me in additional comments, or if we can get through the parking lifts quickly, I'm okay waiting.
Yeah, and anything else that you would like to do a majority vote on? Okay, so you go for it.
I don't know what to say about parking lifts. I honestly don't. I'm sorry, maybe I should recuse myself from that because I didn't go to the site visit. The videos are beyond me how they work. My only comment would be whether or not the developer might need to have a backup generator somehow to make them work, and I don't think that's a huge ask. But I wouldn't hang my hat on that as a condition for the project, but it's a thought. Go ahead, Commissioner Jordan.
Isn't the question on parking lifts whether they can be used for in replacement of the on-ground spaces? It's not a question on parking lifts. It's just the difference of residential versus commercial. Isn't that the question?
It's the use for commercial, correct?
Okay. So
excuse me, but it doesn't omit the qualification that 3 of the spaces must be on-ground spaces. So the minimum is going to be 25% of the commercial space.
The applicant is proposing that he put all his commercial on parking lifts?
No. Well, put the rest of it on parking lifts. The 25% that are in our standards needs to be just standard spaces. Is that right, Mr. Gullett? So it's the additional, it's 12 spaces. So it's the additional 9 spaces in parking lifts. So just to clarify.
So it's not the operation of them, it's the logistics of them. So I think the standards should be met. Is that the answer to the question?
I think they want to know if you believe that the other 9 commercial spaces could be in parking lifts.
If that's the question, may I also?
Yes, please go right ahead.
I agree with Commissioner Jordan, no. So the other comment I have about the feedback on the parking lifts is sometimes I believe that sometimes if we rely on those, that can increase the height of the building. So I would just be, I'm not sure if that's happening here or if in another arrangement it would, but we had that scenario play out on Cannon Perdido, and it was lost, I think, on the argument whether or not that was going to contribute to more height to the building, but I would just be wary if we rely on lifts that in fact does kick up the building when it doesn't have to.
And I'll take up just another second of Jay's time to offer. I think it exasperates the issue that I already have in my mind on capacity, who they can handle. And where you do have a choice when you're moving into an apartment, I guess, presumably, that I can only drive a Corvette rather than Jay's truck. But somebody coming to visit a business there drives what they drive, and they didn't have a choice. So.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lodge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think for commercial uses, it's an absolute no. I did make the visit out to Isla Vista and saw how the lifts there for residents work, and the leeway on either side of the car is very, very small. You have to be a very skillful driver to get into those. And, assuming you have a car that's small enough to fit in the first place. I think it's a very poor idea to even consider such a thing. I do want to add that I think for the property owner's own protection, they should include some kind of backup power, either in a generator or batteries or what have you. Because, if the power is out and people have to get out, unless there's a hand crank system or something like that.
Thank you. Commissioner Campanella?
Question for Mr. Gullett, if I can. When the applicant goes through the process of submitting specifications on their particular housing parking system, you will be evaluating it based upon, the quality of it, whether it's going to work. I mean, you guys have researched other systems as well, I presume, before coming up with the ordinance that went through for parking structures.
Chair Wiscombe, Commissioner Campanella, it's our access and parking design standards that speak to parking machines, and there are minimum dimensions called out, including minimum heights, as part of that.
So the applicant presented a spreadsheet showing what cars would fit in the particular system that they're recommending. Do you review that as well to see not only for compliance but also for future recommendations, perhaps, to get a wide variety of vehicles?
Correct. Yes, we ask for specifications and model numbers and review maneuvering and what vehicles can access these machines.
Okay, thank you. So, Madam Chair, yeah, I think it's saving a lot of development costs. To put parking underground is expensive. So if you had to spread them all out, not only would you not be able to go underground, I don't think, but you'd be lifting some of those buildings up towards, as they go towards Figueroa Street. It's going to be expensive anyway, but I think for cars that probably get used 5% of the time and maybe 2% of the time for people who live here, I think they're going to be, for the residential portion at least, I think they're going to stay there for a good period of time. On the commercial, I don't know if we have the experience. It's not the retail type of use, which would be heavy turnover, but I think we have to rely on what was approved relative to what the need is in the central business district and the surface versus racked parking. So I think I'm fine with the parking machines, and knowing that staff too is keeping an eye on both the applications that come in, as well as probably better ways to do it in the future, as those systems evolve. Thank you.
Okay, and since I should have asked Commissioner Lodge this too, but maybe you already commented on this, but since quite a few commissioners have mentioned a backup power system for parking machines, is everyone here comfortable with supporting that too?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay,
add
great,
that as
because
well. I
we
think
can just
we're
add
all
that.
so far, we're all in agreement on that.
Yeah, okay, we can add that in. Okay, so Commissioner Schwartz?
I'm going to start by saying that I have a great deal of confidence in our transportation planning staff, and with Mr. Gullett here, and I know Mr. Gullett well, I am confident that he will look very carefully and evaluate very carefully the functionality of the design and the technological capability, even though it's still very new for Santa Barbara. The bar is very high for transportation planning to ensure that whatever gets approved is truly functional. Now that's separate from having, whether it's a backup generator or some other means of ensuring, outside of the manufacturer's contractual assurance that they have not an on-site, but a local technician, local technical support if there's a malfunction. But I still think for the residences, for the residents and commercial users, that we need a backup. And I'll just say that when I lived in a high-rise in San Francisco and I had underground gated parking and the gate didn't open, I had nowhere to go to, I couldn't get in to park my car on site. And so it was quite a process to get someone from the office to come down and manually try to pry open the gate. So I can appreciate from having that experience, there needs to be a backup plan that is really foolproof. Okay. I also want to mention, going back to our parking standards, because I'm not sure everybody's aware of this, we have specifications in our design standards that speak to compact spaces. For example, compact spaces will not be permitted in parking areas that provide the parking lifts. So for those decision makers and others in the community who are concerned about how this will work for various size vehicles and what our requirements are that the City Council approved recently, I would suggest, really refreshing your knowledge by going to our standards, because they're pretty detailed, and I'm sure Mr. Gullett can speak to that. I personally don't have experience with the commercial parking lifts, so it's hard for me to draw on my experience. I've experience with the residential. I don't know if it's going to work with this mixed-use context, the mixed-use needs, the mixed-use environment. But I'm going to rely on and have confidence in Mr. Gullett and the rest of staff making sure before there's final approval that it has a high probability of functionality before we go all the way through, because it would be a very expensive proposition for you to reconfigure it if it's not working. Having said that, I want to say on the positive side, for those who are just skeptics or kind of parking machine deniers, it's like climate change deniers or parking machine deniers, we continue to talk in our community about not taking up on-street parking, about finding alternative modes of transportation, so perhaps there are fewer cars on the street, parking, driving, etc. This is a new technology and a new application of trying to find a higher use of real estate, albeit underground in this case, which, by the way, is very rare now in Santa Barbara, that we have a property owner and willing to invest in subterranean parking, to try to get cars off our street, out of sight, and still provide on-site parking. So there has to be some give in our rationale and our policies to try to do this. And I think that with staff's involvement, I'm hoping that we will find success, increased success, in this, and I'll be very interested in following along, especially on the commercial application. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Schwartz. I just had one question, and that was, do we have surplus spaces we do, don't we, in this parking structure? And how many surplus spaces do we have approximately?
Chair Wiscombe, the plans that you were provided with did have some excess parking spaces, but
there were
we
some...
acknowledged that there were maneuverability issues and the need for some other
so
things.
We don't really know if we have surplus spaces. And any surplus space is really stacked 3, right?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so we don't know that. Okay. I think I'm going to have to go in the camp with Commissioner Higgins, Jordan, and Lodge on this one, and I'm really leery about commercial. I'm very concerned about. I know that you have some issues in terms of maneuverability in the garage, and I certainly don't want to sacrifice more height or something for that. But I guess I'd be in a camp. If I have to vote yes or no, I'm going to vote no for commercial use for parking machines. But I'm thinking that, there might be a camp where you consider the maneuverability and it's done to Mr. Gullett's satisfaction. And, we get as many, maybe minimum of 50% and as many standard parking spaces for commercial as we can. Because there will be some office workers there who will use the spaces on a regular basis every day and, park in the morning and then leave. But I don't want to I don't want to sacrifice height or anything else for. Mr. Gullett, you have something to say. Yeah.
I do. Thanks, Chair Wiscombe. I have had some back and forth with the applicant. The project you're reviewing today is the same as the project you reviewed at the previous hearing, but the applicant is saying that they will comply with the design standards. So that does include removal of some parking spaces that aren't working with the standards and are design vehicle, but I expect that the project will provide maneuverability required by our standards.
So when it complies with the design standards, does that mean that 9 of the 12 spaces for commercial can be in parking stackers, and the other 25% or 3 spaces would be standard spaces on ground?
So the reason we're asking for input on the commercial parking is it's a unique application of it. It's the first time we're seeing it proposed for office. It may work, and your input is valuable as part of that conversation.
Okay, I guess I'm going to have to be in the no camp on it, because I'm a little bit leery about 9 of the 12 spaces, is particularly if there's something like dentist's office there, doctor's office. You're getting people there every hour, and those 3 spaces would be eaten up very quickly. And I am definitely in favor of some sort of backup power system.
Ms. Wiscombe, if I may,
yeah.
I didn't realize that additional public comment was going to be accepted for this hearing, and when I realized I was starting to get letters from other people that they were being accepted, I did request that the company that provides the mechanical parking submit a letter explaining how it would work for a commercial office application, and in that letter they said they have hundreds of parking spaces across the country, with a great concentration in California, that are using it for commercial office applications successfully. And unfortunately, that didn't get into the public. It wasn't received by you because it was too late. I didn't realize that Monday would be the cutoff. So, to the extent there could be the ability to do further study and maybe bring back more information to you all so that you could see how it works. I don't know if that's possible, but certainly I believe it will work, and I think there's evidence that it will, that you haven't seen.
Okay, thank you very much for that additional information. I don't know if that changes anyone's vote. Commissioner Higgins, are you ready to vote?
By parking stackers?
On parking machines for commercial and also...
Yeah, I'll just say, yeah, I'm ready to vote.
Madam Chair, may I just request that since we don't have that information, we didn't get it before today, and we haven't been able to consider it, if that could be forwarded to staff and the commission for at least just our follow-on education.
Okay.
I would like to see that information.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Ms. Gu, do you want to just go through this? And this also includes, just to be clear, we're talking about the parking for commercial, so 9 of the 12 spaces would be parking stackers, and we're also talking, adding to that, a backup power system for the whole garage. Okay.
Madam Chair, do we need 2 votes?
We do?
Because you just asked 2 questions.
I did, but everyone seemed to be going down the row and saying that they were in favor of a backup generator or
Yes,
backup power
correct.
system.
I personally am, but I'm not going with, I'll vote no on the commercial stackers.
Oh, right.
And yes on the
Yes,
power,
you're right.
that's
We
all.
need 2 votes. Yes. Okay. Sorry.
We get
You're right.
okay for the parking machine feedback for the 9 commercial spaces.
For commercial spaces.
For commercial spaces. Higgins.
No.
And for the backup supplier.
Yes.
Okay. And Commissioner Jordan
No.
for the parking
No.
machine.
No, and then yes.
And Chair Wiscombe.
No and yes.
And Commissioner Vice Chair Lodge.
No and yes.
And Commissioner Campanella.
I'm going to say yes because it doesn't, yes, because I want to comply with our current rules. I mean, it's there. I guess we have to have, I don't hear reasons why we don't comply with our rules by the people that are saying no, but that's regrettable. I'll say yes to comply with the rules. Thank you.
And for the power supply. And for Commissioner Schwartz.
I'm going to say a qualified yes, again, pending, very important, pending transportation planning's full evaluation and approval of it, and yes on backup electrical supply. Again, why would we have standards if we're not looking to require applicants to meet standards?
Okay, we have 4-2 no for the machine, and it's unanimous for the backup power supply.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gu. Okay, so I know Commissioner Higgins has to leave.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, could I, on this point, if I can, we're making a recommendation to HLC, correct?
Correct.
Okay. HLC does not rule on parking unless
Correct.
it's a design issue. We don't rule on
But it may
land
be a
use.
design issue.
Okay, is this limbo then, or what happens to the, because the parking currently is underground, it's not visible, and HLC, I don't think, is ruling on it.
Actually, staff has asked us to weigh in on parking. So this was really more for staff who hasn't seen the parking stackers for commercial before. So
Okay.
that was a staff request. Am I correct in that? Yes. Okay.
So I would, on this subject, on this subject, I'd like to make a recommendation for a vote that staff analyze the use of commercial vehicles, not just look at it, but come back to us with a recommendation on, since they have not done it before, right? First application, that they come back to us and present their findings on whether it can work for commercial and mixed use or not, and not just leave it in limbo like it is today.
Well, maybe they could do that at a lunch meeting. They can't do that for this project, right?
No, I'm just saying.
You're
because I
asking
think
in
we should-
general.
Yeah, we should know going forward.
Okay. I think that's legitimate. It's not on our agenda right now, but parking stackers are, so maybe we could do it in a lunch meeting.
Thank you.
If we could make a note of that. Yeah. That's a good idea. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Higgins has to go. We are looking for any additional majority comments from the commission. Commissioner Higgins, do you have
Just a couple parting comments, if you don't mind.
parting comments?
Yeah.
Not that you need majority
I don't think I'll be able to
votes.
stick around for any more votes, but if you'd indulge me for a minute, let me just again express my discomfort with this process to the point that it's impossible, almost impossible for us, and I can't imagine that perspective on behalf of the applicant. Two things. Again, we're being asked, we're normally asked to evaluate things on a whole, not very narrowly. Does it comply with this set of general plan principles, et cetera, or objectives? Which we did. That's what we were asked to do. But really, that's about the project. Okay, that's what we normally do. So this is hard to do again without all the information, parking stackers, historic resource constraints, et cetera. The 21 pages of PRT comments that I'm not sure were addressed or solved. That's a heavy amount of comments. So I think ordinarily we get things that are way more fully baked, and the public also has a chance at getting something more baked with more answers than questions too. Another big problem for us as a city on this project is our lack of ratification or codification of historic districts. And that process that's just been left by the wayside for too many years. We'd have a much better handle on the effects of this project on that neighborhood, et cetera, had we gone through that process. And I think a much clearer direction on whether or not the relocation of those structures and where they're located and how they're relocated is appropriate. So that's a tough one on me. And how that then plays with the amount of square footage on the property for other things, amenities, open space, et cetera, pushing and pulling on roof decks, et cetera, is important to the overall conversation. And I'll just try to wrap up here. I think the high level of focus on this particular site, it's what we're typically asked to do, evaluate a project based on its constraints or the neighborhood compatibility. But let's not lose sight of the fact that this process in this project is not about just this site, it's about the rest of the city. And if you haven't gotten out there and looked at a lot of the rental housing that's in this city to see how substandard it is, to see what's being charged for the substandard level of that housing, to see how many families live in each of these units. I have 3 next door to me in one single family home. You have to keep in mind that what we're doing is about the site, but it's about the rest of the city too. So if I don't know that you're doing this process as a service, if you're not willing to accommodate the overall effect of a project here that it has on the city without coming to us with a better solution for what it is that we should be doing here today with this project, because otherwise we do nothing. So I haven't had anybody come up and say, well, here's what we should be doing. Perhaps we should be price restricting or going through an inclusionary requirement for these projects, but that's not part of our tool set or toolbox yet. Okay, so we can't expect an applicant to go through a process 18 months in or so, change the rules because the project is dead, because that land basis that they went in on was with the assumption that there would be no price controls on their revenue. So that's just a non-starter, just like it would be for me to say, I would rather have some for sale housing in this project. Well, we don't have those tools yet. That'd be nice, but I'm not gonna go there in that question and say we should have for sale housing either. So I'm really sensitive. I was less sensitive to the argument about amenities driving up pricing. But having watched what happened on East Cannon Perdido with the McConnell's ice cream shop play out, it bothers me a little bit less than it used to that that's part of the conversation. I really appreciate that you're going there, Commissioner Schwartz. But again, in the context of just this particular project on the site, do the amenities drive up the price? Or the cost of the rent? They sure do. But in context of what's happening with the rest of our city and how we all want there to be more livable, better livable, higher end amenities, we shouldn't be I don't think, put an applicant in a position or a future tenant in the position to say, you can live without a roof deck or an extra lawn or a balcony, whatever it is, or an exercise room. I'm not totally solved on that, but I think it needs to be looked at in context of the rest of the housing stock that's out there, with all of our apartments that are there that are over 60, 70 years old, substandard, falling apart. So this is, redoing our housing stock and our housing infrastructure in a way that the city council already decided was appropriate. So I'm comfortable generally with how this thing plays out. I just wish we'd have better tools and more information at our disposal, and we get to talk about that process starting next week. So I'm looking forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. Commissioner Jordan. So I'd like to know if do any commissioners do you have something that you'd like to, you do? Okay, go for it.
I do, but I might spend 30 seconds echoing Jay. Lest you guys actually think I'm a no-growth ogre, there's only two of us sitting up here with kids in the house. Mine in particular happen to be 2 wage earners plus a son-in-law wage earner plus a grandkid. And I happen to have room, but the reason they're in the house is what we're trying to address here today, is a lack of housing that even they can afford or are willing to live in. And so I wholeheartedly agree with the intent of this project and where you're going. Don't mind the size and the bulk and the scale. It's just I'm still sensitive to some of the consequences that I see coming down the road. So after that, my only suggestion is one of these is going to fall right in your sweet spot. But part of the premise of the whole issue with parking and multimodal types of transportation rather than just everybody has a car and gets in a car and drives a car is also reflected in the fact that I think your interior area there for maneuvering, which you're going to solve, also needs to be overplanned. Because I can't go drive to Ralph's now and come back and park in a parking space and get my bags out of the car. I now need space when I pull into the underground area to queue up and get my stuff out of the car, get it out of the way, and then go park the car. And if I've got somebody coming in behind me or trying to get out, whatever that means, I think those really need to be looked at. So that's one suggestion, which is kind of a philosophical suggestion. And the other is going with the commitment to multimodal improvements is that the sidewalks facing both this project, I think, should be as wide as possible. And the street trees should be appropriately planted and graded, which you've heard me say before. That presents a wider sidewalk. It doesn't end up being a catch-all for trash. And it starts to regenerate that particular 2 sides of that project as a walking project and an amenity to the neighborhood rather than just a new project that goes up 3 stories and leaves sidewalks like they were before. So I think the second part of that will probably fall into your landscaping sweet spot.
Thank you, Commissioner Jordan, for that lead-in. I don't see any other lights on, so I will go there. Given my background, I really looked hard at the landscape plan. And I understand that it's conceptual and that the landscape architect is basically given a space and told, okay, design within this space because we need the rest for that. But I think that there is definitely a way, and I think the commissioners at HLC agree, because on a straw vote, how many commissioners find that the amount of landscaping is adequate? And that failed 0 to 7. So that was, and I find that the landscaping is inadequate. I think that from Garden Street and from Anapamu, you want to be able to, as a pedestrian experience, really look into the site and see green. and which might mean a little rearrangement of things, but there are areas where you look in and you see building and you don't see green. And I think that I agree with Commissioner Jordan. The sidewalks need to be as wide as possible, and I do think that the street trees need to be graded. I think that because that just makes the sidewalk that much wider. And so I don't have any suggestions on how you accomplish that. That's really HLC's job as designers. But I think that the landscape deserves some more work so that the pedestrian experience is top-notch, and that people say, whoa, there is a big building back there, but it's back there, and I'm not seeing that much of it, and that you make the open space in the courtyards as attractive as possible, and that's going to mean not just a lot of low plants, but some nice tall plants and some shade. I think we have to be cognizant of providing shade in this development wherever possible too, and along the streets. And granted, I understand that there are designated street trees, but you'll get into that, and what I see here looks like shade trees. So that's my comment, and I would like to, if my fellow commissioners agree with me, I'd like to do a majority vote on
So
that.
I'll make a motion just to be your best friend right now.
Thank you.
That's
Thank
to
you.
incorporate our comments on landscaping, street trees, and grates in a recommendation to further study that to HLC.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No. Okay. Passes unanimously. Thank you very much for indulging me that conversation. Okay. I think we thank you all for coming. We thank staff. You did a great job and really appreciate it. And everyone from the public that came and spoke both on July 19th and today, we appreciate the input. We appreciate the public comment we got, written public comment we got, and your ability to stay with us. And it's a little difficult for us up here because we're not the decision makers, and we're providing feedback to Historic Landmarks Commission. So I hope that you have a successful project, and I think you will. I think you're a long way towards that. So thank you very much. Okay, we're moving on. This would be item number 5, I think, if my memory serves me correctly. Is it item number 5? Huh? Item number 5. Okay. Administrative. Okay. Committee and liaison reports. Staff hearing officer liaison report. Commissioner Higgins left, and I don't think we have one. Okay. So other committee and liaison reports. We have Commissioner Schwartz first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to mention, and with Commissioner Thompson absent, he and I are on the Highway 101 Design Subcommittee. On August 29th, I attended the open house that the city and the county and SBCAG put on at Chase Palm Park Center. Some of the staff who are here today were present, such as Mr. Gullett. And this was pertaining to both the Olive Mill roundabout and San Ysidro roundabout. Of course, Olive Mill being the only one of the two that are partially in our purview. And I think it was an important next step, if I could say, in providing some visuals, some of the geometrics, the engineering, proposed engineering that's coming forward. As I spoke with, I think it was Kathleen Kennedy and Laura Yanez, Laura being the new project manager out of, would you say transportation planning is Laura's? She's on Public Works Transportation, Laura Yanez. In speaking with Ms. Yanez, I encouraged, and I'll close with this, I encouraged her, I'm sorry, I said Kathleen Kennedy, that's not correct, it was another planner, to provide the Planning Commission more than one opportunity to have a concept review of the proposed design. From the flow chart that I saw at the open house, Mr. Gullett, I was concerned about Planning Commission being brought in too late and only once in the course of the public process. And I think that while it may look efficient on paper, I don't think that's what the community is going to expect. So Mr. Gullett is nodding affirmatively, so I think staff has probably brought that back. I really underscored that with Mr. Gullett and Ms. Yanez, and I'm looking forward to it coming to Planning Commission in the very near future with significant public comment. From the faces that I saw at the open house, it looked to me like the majority of members of the public who were there were from Montecito. So I think we're going to get significant feedback from the Montecito community who would be using these two roundabouts, especially all of Mill Coast Village, on a very frequent basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Schwartz. Commissioner Campanella. Oh, no? Huh? No? Okay. Commissioner Lodge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. From the July 11th meeting of HLC, I'm just reporting on this because I thought it was interesting. The city is reworking what's called 1,000 Steps Camino El Mar on the Mesa, and one of the problems they have to deal with is the continual flow of groundwater midway down, which keep the steps wet and sometimes slippery and all of that. I had no idea, that we're so water short and all of that, and yet there's this seepage coming out partway down those steps. Yesterday, which would have been September 5th, they dealt with 800 Santa Barbara Street and going over the real details, exactly what the doors would be like, and fenestration and so on. So that is still going through the HLC process.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. Okay. Commissioner Schwartz, did you report on the sea level rise adaptation?
No, I'm sorry. I was
plan?
going to allow you to do that if you would like to,
Okay.
since we're both on that, if you don't
That's
mind.
fine. So Commissioner Schwartz and I have been to two sea level rise adaptation plan subcommittee meetings, one on August 1st, which was our first, where we reviewed the role of the subcommittee, received an overview of work done to date on sea level rise at the state, regional, and local levels, and then reviewed the scope of the adaptation plan. And then on August 8th, we received an overview of the science basics, the hazard modeling, and the mapping, and had an opportunity to look at some preliminary maps that were put up on the wall for sea level rise. Downtown Parking Committee, I attended the meeting on August 9th, and we received an update on the Downtown Waterfront Shuttle All-Day Pass, which is now available for $1. I think it's now available. It's been in the paper. And we also received an update on the RFP process for the Railway Express Agency building, the REA building, where 1,400 square feet or 50% of the building is available. So they're going through an RFP process for it. The other 50% is occupied by Greyhound, and the use in the RFP is to be compatible with transportation and visitor-serving uses, and the parcel is zoned hotel commercial, and they're hoping to get a transportation-related business in that particular spot. And then Parks and Recreation Commission had a pretty lively meeting with jointly with the Neighborhood Advisory Council on August 22nd. I didn't attend the meeting. I probably wouldn't have gotten in the room because it was so packed. But at any rate, they reviewed the public workshops and conceptual plans that resulted for two of the city's oldest and most active parks, which are the Dwight Murphy Field and Ortega Park. And they had a very, very large turnout of public comment, and The preferred concepts will be reviewed by ABR for Ortega and by HLC for Dwight Murphy. So they're moving along with those two parks. Really do need really are in need of refurbishment and redesign. So it's going to be a nice, I think, a good process for them. And that's all I have. And I see no more lights on, so the meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody.